Hello and welcome. Today's stream, we are going to continue with day 2 of the Nebraska versus Angela Hock midwife delivery death trial. Now, this is a controversial trial that has had many opinions and is quite controversial. So please stay tuned and we will be with you shortly.
There, welcome to the show. 2 channels here, now you know. Like and subscribe, it's all we need. Alternate, you're here to speak. And defense, let's take a peek. Collaborating for your eyes. Sharing content, no surprise. Together we shine brighter than one. Join our journey, it's just begun. Like and subscribe, hit that bell. Enjoy the show and wish us well.
Hello and welcome back. Thank you for joining us. We are just waiting for our beautiful co-host to join us. She'll be here momentarily, and that's AJ from Alternate Juror. We are doing a collaboration together and continuing this really controversial midwife delivery death trial. Hey, Gabs, welcome. Welcome to the chat. Welcome. Thank you, my lovely moderators. They are amazing. They do a fantastic job and we really appreciate them. Thank you. Welcome to the replay crew and feel free to join in the chat. Now, this is as I said, a very controversial topic because not only is it about the unaliving of a child, but it also involves a self-proclaimed midwife who is unlicensed in Nebraska. Now, she basically attended a home birth delivery. Now, I did a bit of a deep dive today because there was quite a few questions that came up in chat yesterday that we weren't able to answer. Hi, Christine. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. And that was, firstly, I found out in Nebraska, home births are actually illegal for a start. Secondly, she has not only was she unlicensed, but she has no formal qualifications whatsoever. She has done a few webinars and basic courses and is pretty much a glorified doula. So she has misrepresented herself as an experienced midwife on her website, and she attended this home birth with a lovely couple, Emily and Clayton Noe. And it was the second time that she'd, assisted with their delivery. So the first birth, she laboured well and their child was found to be breech and ended up having to go to hospital to have an emergency C-section. With the subsequent pregnancy, having had already a C-section, it poses additional risks to someone having a normal vaginal delivery. You're at risk of rupturing the uterus and all sorts of things. So they don't recommend that you do a vaginal birth, let alone a home vaginal birth after having a C-section. But nevertheless, she attended this couple's home and the baby presented as breech, and subsequently 911 was called. The baby was delivered en route to the hospital and required full resuscitation. It was deemed that the child had been deprived of oxygen for 10 to 12 minutes, and they kept her on life support for 2 days, and unfortunately she passed, little Vera. Now, there's a couple of things that I wanted to mention. A, the defendant is being tried with negligent child abuse, which is beyond me where that even comes into it. There is the fact that she has not, the weight of the fact that her practicing as an unlicensed midwife, along with misrepresentation herself, the weight of that has not actually been, I haven't noticed that in the case, in the trial itself. So whether that is another civil matter that needs to be addressed later, or yeah, it just doesn't seem to like it's been included as strongly as I thought that it should be, especially given the fact that the home births are illegal. Secondly, the parents. Now, they both have adverse reactions to hospitals, both have negative experiences. The mother in particular has PTSD from previous experiences, and the emergency C-section that she had with her previous child did nothing to assist that. Now, the story is that she was labouring quite well, and the mother went upstairs into the bathroom and was in the bathroom for 15 minutes without any supervision of anybody. And as I've done my bit more research and deep dive today, when she eventually called out to get the assistance of Angie, the midwife, Angie opened the door and found her in the bathtub with Vera's legs and abdomen exposed, but her head still engaged in the pelvic cavity. So Angie is being, and as soon as she realised that, she called 911. 911 was called, and then she tried to do an emergency episiotomy, and that failed. So the fault or the blame, it's a tragic story, and I think there is a lot of the responsibility doesn't just lie with the one person, is what I'm saying. And I think they said the testimony of the father was that Angie spent 3 minutes talking to the mother, Emily, before they went to the hospital. And the argument is that they were 3 vital minutes that could have saved the child's life. My interpretation of that is, given the mother's known attitude and PTSD and previous experience, you can bet your bottom dollar that 3 minutes was probably spent trying to convince her to go to hospital, because neither of them wanted to go. And when they were questioned, the father was questioned yesterday on cross-examination, he actually got quite angry about the hospital, just out of the blue. So we had, he testified yesterday, and then 4 firefighters also testified yesterday. So today we have Matt Carroll will be the first witness to testify. He is a firefighter and a paramedic. And then we have the obstetrician that was at the hospital when Emily and Clayton arrived. And her name is Catherine Lessman. Now, she is the actual person that placed the report about the negligent child abuse. So that she was the one that officially put that complaint into DHHS, and then they have subsequently pressed the charges onto Angela Hock. So it wasn't the parents that have sought this, the charges here. So they actually loved Angie. They don't believe that she's, in my interpretation of what I've been seeing and what I've heard and watched, they don't believe that she did anything wrong. So without further ado, actually, before we start, I'll just bring this up because I looked up the laws in Nebraska. There is some weird ass law. Like, I went down a rabbit hole. So the first one I looked up was what the actual definition and the law in Nebraska is with regards to child neglect. So it means knowingly or intentionally or negligently causing or permitting a minor child to be placed in a situation that endangers their life or physical health, or causes or permits a child to be cruelly confined or cruelly punished. And then neglect was child abuse or neglect that means knowingly, intentionally, or I can't even say that word, negligently, causing or permitting a minor child to be deprived of necessary food, clothing, shelter, or care, or causing or permitting a child aged 6 or younger to be left unattended in a motor vehicle. Now, they really don't, in my mind, correlate to this case at all. And apparently the definition of child in Nebraska is deemed from birth to 19. So the defence's argument is that the child had not even been born in Angie's care, therefore she is not responsible because she hadn't transitioned, she hadn't been delivered, so she had not transitioned to meet the criteria under the definition of the word child. Therefore, she cannot be guilty of child abuse, if that makes any sense. Nebraska, yeah. So here's just something before we start. The 10 weirdest laws in Nebraska. Okay, top 10. Just the top 10. Persons with gonorrhea may not marry. I shit you not. This law requires that to marry, the fiancé must be at least 17 years old, but that no person who is afflicted with the venereal disease shall marry in this state. This could be a problem for the 1,417 people with reported cases of gonorrhea in 2006, according to Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Okay. Number 2. It's illegal to fly a plane when drunk. I think that should be a law everywhere, not just Nebraska. Okay, whatever. Number 3, if a child burps during church, his parent may be arrested. Look it up. I found them. Top 10 weirdest laws in Nebraska. It is illegal to go whale fishing, but apparently there are, in fact, no whales in Nebraska, not even at the zoo. Number 5, it is illegal for bar owners to sell beer unless they are simultaneously brewing a kettle of soup. What the? It's illegal for a mother to give her daughter a perm without a state license. Donut holes may not be sold. Donut holes. Almost the best bit. That law is pertaining particularly to the city of Lehigh. And this one is pertaining particularly to Omaha. Sneezing is also illegal during a church service. Well, how else are you supposed to say bless you? Number 9, a man is not allowed to run around with a shaved chest. I'm not going to Nebraska then. And number 10, barbers are forbidden from eating onions between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. And that law is specific to Waterloo. Go figure. So we're dealing with Nebraska. Need I say any more? All right. Without further ado, let's jump into it, shall we? Add to stage. All right. Now, yesterday, while we were in court, there was quite a lot of mic drop moments. Like we could quite easily hear conversations and whispers at the prosecution and defence table. So we address that right now. Let me know if you can hear it. I have it boosted and it should be all good to go.
We're back on the record in the matter of state of Nebraska versus Angela Hock at CR 19-3050. Before we get started, let the record reflect. I did speak with Court TV representatives, and they're going to try to just make sure that they're a little more vigilant at picking up conversations at tables that aren't meant to be heard or meant to be confidential. But I would ask the attorneys to be, what's happening is when the prosecutor asks questions, the defense attorney's mic is turned off and vice versa. But during the questioning by the prosecutor or defense, they may want some time to ask their colleagues or their client for defense some questions, and it's being picked up on the mic. And Court TV is vigilant about not doing that and not broadcasting that, but they've missed a couple things according to the attorneys. So make sure you're cognizant of that. We're working to try to avoid that, but just if you want to talk to your client or your other attorneys during questioning, then I would ask, maybe you just ask, Judge, can I have a moment? And then that'll signal Court TV will know they have to turn the mics off. So make sure that it's not picked up. All right?
Sounds fair.
All right. You may call your next witness, State.
Thank you, Judge. Matt Carroll. Come on up, sir.
Come on up, Matt.
Good morning, Mr. Carroll. Over to my left. And before you sit down, can you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give with the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please sit.
He looks very smart.
Ms. Jacobson, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, how are you employed? Or I'm sorry, state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Matt, given name Matthew, go by Matt.
Good
Last name
evening.
Carroll,
Welcome.
Carroll,
How are you employed?
with the Omaha Fire Department.
How long have you been with the Omaha Fire Department?
It'll be 19 years in January.
What is your title with the fire department?
I'm a firefighter paramedic.
What does it mean to be a firefighter paramedic?
All firefighters are what they call certified EMTBs, which the B stands for basic. And then probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 40 to 50% of the job are paramedics. And paramedics go through more school, so they can do a lot more interactions than what a EMT basic can do.
Okay, I do want to talk about that training a little bit. So fair to say 19 years ago or so, you went through your initial training to become a firefighter.
Correct.
What basically did you have to do to do, what did that training entail?
I cannot remember for sure how long we were in what they call the training academy. It was somewhere between 3 and 4 months, and that just depends on how short they are. Sometimes it's shorter than that as far as your academy training. And then once you get done with the academy training and they teach you all the aspects of being a firefighter, both EMS wise and firefighting wise. And
I'm going to interrupt you there. EMS is what?
Emergency medical services.
All right. Go ahead.
And then once you're done with the academy, you go out into what they call suppression. So that's when you're at the stations. And up until you've been on officially for 1 year, you're considered what they call either a probationary firefighter or a candidate. And once you get done with that, then you're quote unquote officially a firefighter.
Okay. Is it fair to say that then throughout your career, you continue to have ongoing training to maintain your
Correct.
licensure?
Yes.
And make sure you finish my sentence before you talk,
Oh,
because
sorry.
she's taking down everything, and and I'm bad at that too. So we can't talk over the top of each other. So somewhere along the line, then I presume you then started working on the paramedic training. Is that right?
Correct.
When did you do that?
After I finished my candidate year officially,
Okay. So how long have you been a paramedic?
right around 16 and a half, 17 years.
So what was the paramedic training like?
At the time, Omaha Fire did their own paramedic training. And so it was taught by Omaha Fire personnel. So we had to go twice a week, 8 hours a day for roughly a year. And it was both classroom training and hands-on training.
Translation there.
Does someone oversee all of the paramedics. Is there some kind of medical director or something to oversee all of the paramedics at the Omaha Fire Department?
Correct, yes.
And who is Omaha medical, or the medical director? Is that a doctor?
Correct.
Okay. So do you answer to a doctor, or how does that work?
Ultimately, because of what we do out in the field, we actually are all underneath his license, if that makes sense.
Okay. All right. Fair. I want to talk directly about what matters in this case. So I'm wondering about actual OB training, delivering babies, experiences, and things like that. So what do you recall being the training you received through the years, both in the beginning and through the years, as it relates to delivering babies?
When we were in paramedic class, and it may have changed since then, but we had to do 16 hours. It was 2 8-hour stints in a labor delivery situation. And so the first 8 hours that I did for that as part of the paramedic certification, I saw 2 deliveries, and we're literally there on an observation basis. And unfortunately, the second 8 hours I did, there were no patients that came in, so I didn't see anything.
Since your time, well, did you get training specific to breech deliveries?
The biggest thing they told us about breech deliveries is do whatever you can to keep the pressure off the cord.
Okay.
And then it kind of depends on what the breech presentation is as well.
Okay. What do you mean by that?
There's multiple breech presentations, and depending on the presentation, if the head has not been delivered, then we do what they call a V technique, and it's to try to keep the pressure off the child's nose and mouth.
Okay. So I gather you try to figure out, well, you know which way the child's facing, so you try to make some room so
Correct.
the child can maybe start taking breaths. Okay. So that sort of contemplates that the baby's born up to at least the neck or somewhere along the head. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. So are you given techniques when you arrive and say there's a foot delivered or 2 feet or something like that? Are there things you're taught to do?
Get to the hospital as fast as we can.
Okay. Is that first and foremost?
Correct.
All right. Fair. Have you ever had to, in your time as a paramedic, firefighter, paramedic, have you had to deliver a baby?
I have not.
Okay. Have you been on scene where a baby has been recently delivered?
Yes.
How often has that happened?
Twice.
Okay. Was it a pretty normal delivery, other than for whatever reason ambulance is being called?
I'm assuming so, yes, because again, both instances that I've been on something like that, the child had already been fully delivered.
Okay. Have you ever had to clamp off the umbilical cord and cut the cord?
Yes.
Okay. So the examples you're giving, you got there pretty quickly after the baby was born?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to talk a little bit about episiotomies. Do you know generally what an episiotomy is? Is that yes?
Yes. Sorry.
That's right.
Yeah, ouch.
What do you think an episiotomy is?
I don't know the specifics, but it is something where, and I'm assuming it'd be, well, it could probably be a normal delivery as well, but for whatever reason, the child is not coming out. So they have to make an incision to make the opening large enough for the child to be delivered.
You sound like.
All right. An episiotomy technically is a surgical cut. So they cut the perineum, which is if you imagine a baby's head coming out, if it's not stretching enough, they think that the actual tissue may tear, which is the last thing you want to do, because they can tear right through and cause what's called a rectovaginal fistula, which means they become one, and it's not good. So they basically make a cut at a 45-degree sort of an angle, direction it away from the anus itself, so that does not happen. So, and it takes the pressure off the perineum itself and allows a little bit more stretch, so to speak. But yeah, ow. Ow. Welcome, Bite Me. Hello.
You don't know exactly what it is. So does that imply that you aren't trained on episiotomies?
No, that's beyond our scope of
Ah.
practice.
Would there ever be a
Hello.
circumstance that you would attempt an episiotomy out in the field?
The only way we could do that is if we contacted medical control and they gave us permission.
All right. Let's talk about that a little bit. You've got a medical director, and I think you use the word him, so I assume this is a male at this point in Omaha. Is that yes?
Yes.
All right. So when you're talking about contacting medical personnel, you aren't out on a scene and contacting that medical director, are you?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
It wasn't a very good question. When you're out on a call and needing to talk to a doctor, you don't contact that medical director, do you?
No, we do.
Okay.
And our medical director is affiliated with Nebraska Medicine. So anytime we have medical control questions, we have both a phone number that we can call and we can try and contact them over the radio as well.
Okay. And when you're on a call, is it also true that as you're getting information, you're feeding information into the hospital, whichever emergency room you're headed to? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Are you ever talking to those docs about, hey, what might we do next?
Very rarely, because we have a pretty good, they call them standing orders. We have a pretty good set of standing orders as far as our protocol is concerned.
Okay. So the upshot of it is, am I saying it correctly, that you're not going to do some procedure that you're not trained to do, authorized to do, unless the medical director is telling you do this?
Correct.
Okay. Would that be a pretty rare thing that you're being directed to do something?
Yes. In my memory, I cannot think of anything throughout my paramedic career that I had to call medical control for permission to do XYZ procedure.
Okay. So what are the kind of things you can do?
That does not surprise me one little bit, Udahef, not one. It is a very dangerous, or can be. And it's 1 in 7. Morning, Kelly. Welcome. Not only is it's unpredictable, there are so many things that can go wrong, not only with mum, but with baby as well. And the fact that this woman is parading around as a midwife is almost insulting, because I don't know what it's like for you in America, but in Australia, you have to do a 4-year bachelor's degree of applied health science at university, then another 12-month specialised midwifery degree, and then another 12 months of what we call a graduate program, which is a supervised hands-on on-the-job support, like a standard that you have to do 12 months with supervised support on the job before you are even able to practice, legally. So that's a lot of work to go through, and you get very poorly paid, underappreciated. And then this woman charges $4,000 to, what did they say, between $4,000 and $7,000 to do a home birth. It's yeah, a little bit insulting.
I'm sorry.
What are the kind of things you can do as a paramedic without doctor authorization?
I don't know how extensive you want to be.
Just kind of a
we can
general.
administer medications. We can start IVs. If somebody needs to be shocked, we can do that. That's kind of the basic extent.
Let me ask you this, because since we're talking about the episiotomy, I know, because we're going to get to the exhibit in a minute, that your OB
really?
kit, you do have a
say,
very
you're
small
gonna show
scalpel
pictures?
in there. So are there, and I guess do you have a scalpel on your rig other than in the OB kit?
You wouldn't use a scalpel.
We might, but no, I think it's only in the OB kit.
So are there sort of procedures you can do using a scalpel?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. But you have that scalpel in the OB kit?
Correct.
Okay. So fair to say you don't exactly know why the scalpel's in there?
No, I do know why it's in there. And We've never, throughout my career, because I talked to the supply person, sometimes it's a specific type of scissors that might be in an OB kit.
Yeah, you want to cut the
But
baby's
throughout my
head.
career, it's always been a scalpel
Okay. So what is it? Why is the scalpel in there?
so that we can cut the umbilical cord
Okay.
if we need to.
That's
Oh,
fair
I see what
enough.
you're saying. So there's some time, or you would expect also there might be a scissors different than a trauma shears in the OB kit to cut the umbilical cord.
Correct.
All right. Okay. I want to take you to what we're here to testify for, and that's June 15th, 2019. Do you recall that date?
I do.
Okay. And did you, were you dispatched to 4826 Spalding Street?
I mean, I'd have to look in our daybook, but yes, I was on that run.
Okay. Who was with you that day?
I'm sorry.
Who was with you that day?
On the medic unit, it was Dave Hurd,
What do you mean by medic unit?
the ambulance.
Who else was heading to the call?
Engine 41,
Okay. So how many people were on the engine 41?
4.
So 4 ride in the engine, 2 ride in the medic unit.
Yes.
He's let his locks free.
What information did you have initially about what kind of call you were going to?
The way dispatch works is they call it toned out at the station. And the first thing that comes over the dispatch is the apparatuses that are going. So it was engine 41, medic 41, maternity issues, and then they give the address.
Okay.
And then we go en route.
So initially maternity issues was the extent of what you knew was happening.
Correct, because when dispatch dispatches us, it's very generic, I guess to say. So it could be chest pain, it could be what they call PI, car accident, difficulty breathing. They're not on the initial dispatch going to give you any extra information other than the general dispatch.
While en route, did you get more information?
Yes, and that's standard. So once we were en route, they said, I don't remember the age, but it was a 20-something-year-old is in the birthing process and the feet have been delivered.
What did you think when you learned that the feet had been delivered?
I knew it was going to be a serious call. I asked Dave, because Dave had much more experience at the time than I did, if he'd ever had a breech delivery. He said he had not. And the way we do things on the fire department is when you're on the medic unit, you take turns, quote unquote, being in charge of that call. So it was going to be Dave's patient. And so I told him, you go and do whatever you can to assist in the delivery. And I will grab the OB kit and I will grab the airway bag and I'll set all that up and have it ready to go. So
I know Dave Hurd retired at a rank of captain.
correct.
What is your rank?
Firefighter.
Okay. So it doesn't matter that Dave Hurd is captain. It literally you're taking turns as far as who's in charge. That captain isn't necessarily running the show every time. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So what is this OB kit used for?
For when we go on calls where a baby's been delivered.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked. Exhibit number 130. Do you recognize this?
Yeah, I recognize it. That's kind of a standard OB kit for us.
And in fact, did you supply this or somebody at the fire department supply this to my office for use in this trial?
Yes.
So would this be a fair demonstrative exhibit of the kind of kit you were using on this date?
Correct. It may have been a different brand because the fire department, like anywhere else, tries to save money. So if they got XYZ brand and then they go up in price, then they'll try to negotiate and find a cheaper brand with the same materials in it.
And one of the things this kit has in it is this scalpel you talked about. Is that true?
Yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm offering exhibit 130. This is for demonstrative for my witness to talk about it?
No objection.
130's received.
I want to look at this, and for the record, we have a plastic bag here, and it's got listed all the items that are inside here. Is that right?
Yes.
Why don't you just tell us what those items are?
An underpad, a bolt syringe, umbilical cord clamps, PVP prep pads, safety scalpel, OB napkins, baby receiving blanket, pair of gloves, OB towelette, plastic pre-cut twist ties, plastic bag, 1 towel, 1 gauze pad.
I'm going to try to show this to the court, and I think we can do this. You see me unwrapping what appears to be a lightweight blanket? Is that what this is?
Yes. It's actually a pad, but
Oh, it's a
yes.
pad, okay. I thought perhaps this was a blanket to wrap the baby, but that's not what that is.
Oh, I don't know. I can't see that far.
Oh, just, this is considered a pad, the white thing?
Or a blanket.
Okay.
I'd have to look at the list.
Oh, okay, all right.
Because to be honest with you, we do not use OB kits very often.
Okay, all right. And you have plenty of blankets probably in the ambulance, is that true?
Yes,
Because it certainly might be that you would put the baby in a blanket when a baby's born, correct?
correct.
Okay. So these are all these items, and I mostly am interested in, of course, we have gloves, different, what are these? You see up on the screen?
Cord
What are
clamps.
these?
I'm assuming the clamps.
Cord clamps, yep.
Is it a better view if you look at it like that?
Yes.
And then I'm interested, of course, in the scalpel. I'm showing you what's inside here. It looks like a blue little plastic thing that with a red thing on it that you could probably just push out the scalpel. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And this is, of course, is sterile. It's inside a sterile paper. Is that right?
Yes.
And these, of course, are just all the other things that you've described listed on this kit. True?
Yes.
One moment, causing, making a mess here. Wait a second. So you know what, I'm gonna keep the, just for the record, in case the defense is asking questions, I'm gonna leave the scalpel kind of outside of that. If you're using it for cross-examination, defense counsel's giving me the thumbs up, so I think that's gonna work.
Hey, Helen, welcome.
All right, so we have concerns. You know it's a breech baby.
Lovely to have you here.
And I think what you've said is you got to get in there quick, assess it, and get that mom and child off to the hospital as quickly as possible.
Yes.
All right, so when you arrived, what did you see first? What happened next?
We had to go up some stairs. When we got there, I could see the mom on all fours, and the baby was hanging there by its head.
Hello.
Who was first up the stairs, if you recall?
I do not recall.
Okay. What did you do once you saw that? And I should say, is she on the top of the stairs?
She, at the top of the stairs, she is probably about approximately 2 feet over from where the top of the stairs are.
So you see mom on all fours. Do you see anybody else with her?
Yes.
Who do you see with her?
A person, I don't know who she was, but she was attempting to deliver the child.
Okay. Did you see a father anywhere? A male?
When we walked in, the father was standing at the bottom of the stairs holding a child, and he directed us to go upstairs.
Okay. So you see mom on all fours. You see another woman. Do you see any other woman up there at that
I did
time?
not.
Okay. Did you ever see another woman up there?
I did not.
Okay. So as far as you know, the only people in the house at that point or at any point was dad, mom, and this other woman.
And the child,
Okay.
yes.
All right. And
The
the
dad
child.
was holding.
Yes. Okay. All right. So you got up there. What'd you do?
Dave went over to assist the person that was with the mom, and I started setting everything up about 3 feet away from them, as far as the OB kit and the airway bag and having a BVM and hooking it up to oxygen.
Now, you said a moment ago that you just want to get them up and out of there. Why not just the moment you saw her, get the bot and get her out of there? Why even set that up?
Hopefully for a delivery, and the person that was with the woman appeared to, for lack of a better word, to be a professional.
Okay. And why did that dictate why you set up the OB kit?
Because, well, we're going to set up the OB kit regardless, even if the child had been delivered,
right? Okay.
So that we could use the bulb syringe and start getting the child in the state they need to be in.
Okay, so you're going to set that up. So I guess, is it fair to say, with doing the OB kit, you're kind of getting ready for the baby, whereas Dave Hurd's helping the mom?
Yes.
Okay, so you have to get ready in case there's any moment at which that baby is finally delivered. Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. How do you recall the baby looking when you first got there?
To the best of my recollection, when we first got there, all things considered, the baby looked good.
Okay, so healthy, not turning blue or looking like that was in enough distress that, well, I don't know. That's like, what do you mean by good?
Viable.
Okay, all right. I assume babies look a little blue when they're born anyway.
I don't have enough experience with babies to be able to answer that, to be honest with you.
All right. But at least that point, were you hopeful?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you got the OB kit ready, and you're literally just spreading everything out to have it ready.
Yes.
Obviously, everyone could see how I was stumbling with all those things. You're just kind of spreading stuff out so you're able to grab what you need.
Yes.
Fair to say? All right. What happened next?
Such a waste, Gabby.
Dave assisted the person that was there. They were unable to get they weren't able to get the child out. The person there asked for a pair of, I don't remember the exact terminology, whether it was trauma shears or trauma scissors. And I advised that person, since I'd already opened up the OB kit and I assumed that person was going to try to do an episiotomy. So I advised that person that we have a scalpel, and the person told me, no, I want the scissors.
Okay. I'm going to interrupt you because that was a lot. So I'm going to follow up some questions here.
I would agree with that.
So you think, you remember that it was either trauma shears or trauma scissors?
Yes.
Okay. So it wasn't plain old scissors.
The difference with trauma scissors, yes, it's not the right tool, but the trauma scissors are designed to cut the clothing off people to get access to their skin. So they have a flat side and a sharper side. So you can run them up, the legs of jeans, and they're not going to cut or scratch the person that you're cutting the clothes off. So whilst they're not the designated tool, they are the preferential, I would call the preferential tool for this job, because a scalpel, it's sharp and very, very sharp. And you can imagine there's a lot of pressure and a baby's head right there. You don't want to be cutting the baby with that. One move by the mother or one move by the baby, and whew. So yeah, I don't know why they have that in there.
Scissors or shears. She was saying trauma in front of
It
those
is
two
on.
words.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
They are awful.
And so
absolutely.
you're saying that you immediately thought she was going to do an episiotomy?
Yes.
Okay. Why'd you think that?
Just based off the question that she was asking for scissors.
All right. Why did you suggest the scalpel?
Because even though I've never done one, I'm assuming that is what they use to do an episiotomy.
Yes.
And
Helen, this is a bench trial, so there is no jury on this one. It is purely the judge's decision at the end of the day. It still progresses as a normal trial would, but it's the judge's final decision. And this trial is 12 months old, but given that what we found out with regards to the laws in Nebraska pertaining to this sort of stuff, hopefully, the more awareness that we can bring to the need to reform these laws, might actually help someone in the future.
And it's going to be, in my opinion, more effective.
Trauma shears, we have a picture of those, but why do you, showing exhibit 98, you recognize those as a sample of trauma shears?
Yes.
So why were you concerned that trauma shears would not be effective?
Based on the law only.
Because from our standpoint, the only reason we carry and use trauma shears is there's a saying in EMS called strip and flip. So when we go to a certain call, depending on what it is, if we need to remove clothing so that we can further assess the injuries to the patient, that's when we use trauma shears.
So you offered a scalpel, and what?
The thing that I don't get is she's been charged with child abuse and neglect. No criminal negligence or anything like that. Like the fact that she misrepresented herself and was practicing something that she was not trained in. Surely, I don't know if that's, as I said, a civil suit, but it should come into it somewhere.
What did she say?
She said she wanted the scissors.
And I
Yeah,
should ask if you.
she charged them between $4,000 and $7,000. Oh bugger! I've just pressed the wrong button. I did an AJ. Took us back to the start.
Trauma shears
Oh, there we go.
is, there's a saying in EMS called strip and flip. So when we go to a certain,
Is it more than 7,000 to go to a hospital in America to have a baby? No, I don't think they charged her either. Absolutely not. Not at all. Completely wrong. But in Australia, if you have a baby, you can opt to go public or private, and if you go public, it's a no charge at all.
call, depending on what it is, if we need to remove clothing so that we can further assess the
Okay.
injuries to the patient, that's when we use trauma shears.
So you offered a scalpel, and what did she say?
She said she wanted the scissors.
An old trigger finger.
And I should ask, if you can, and it's okay if you can't, do you recognize that woman as being here today?
I have
Hello,
no
mister.
idea what that person looked like.
Okay.
Hello.
Probably weren't paying real close attention to what she looked like.
Since I wasn't the one with her at the patient's side, I was doing what I needed to do to get ready in case we had a delivery.
All right. So she tells you, no to the scalpel, I want the trauma shears.
Yes.
All right. What happened next?
I didn't see this happen, but I know they broke
And why do you know they broke?
because she asked for another pair or asked if we had another pair.
Okay. Did you have another pair?
We did.
Okay. And did you give those to her?
Yes.
So where are these trauma shears carried? Do you carry one in your pocket, or how come you have two pairs just right there? Do you have some other kind of kit that's up there?
Some people do carry them in their pocket. I personally do not. But as a general rule, we have a trauma box and we got one on each side of the trauma box.
Was that trauma box brought to the top of the stairs that day?
Yes.
Okay. Not by you, I gather. Somebody else?
I do not recall.
Okay. So was she given a second pair?
Are you for shiz my knees? Oh my Lord, for once in my life I have nothing to say. Holy crap. It costs us nothing. No, if you go, no, baby. If you go public, you get all your prenatal stuff done, everything paid for, your hospital stay is free. And then they even get you to fill out all your paperwork so that you can get paid by the government for your, they call it family tax benefit. That's, that, yeah, I don't even know what to say, Gabby. Sorry. I'm surprised anyone has kids over there.
Shears? Okay. What did she do? What did you, well, I should ask you, when the first shears broke, did you hear any reaction from the mom?
I did not,
Okay. And
because
then,
I was too involved in everything else.
okay. Second pair of trauma shears were handed to her. Did you hear a reaction from the mom then?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Did you ever remember hearing a scream or anything from the mom that day?
Not that I
Looks
recall.
like it.
Did you ever see whether or not this woman was able to effect an episiotomy?
I did not see it, but based off when we started to go to the hospital, it was not effective.
Okay. All right. And I guess I probably didn't ask the best questions. Were you able to observe that she had been cut in some manner, the mom?
Not that I observed.
Okay. All right. Fair. So what happens next?
Once those 2 attempts failed, we realized we're not going to be able to safely deliver this child here. And so then we prepared to get mom and child out of the house and on the way to the hospital.
And how did you do that?
We used a thing called, the fire department calls it a bot, and bot, B-O-T, stands for big orange thing. The manufacturer that makes it is a company called Reeves, R-E-E-V-E-S.
Okay. Who got that bot? Do you
I
remember?
do not recall.
Okay. Once the bot was brought to the top of the stairs.
Yes,
Had you already brought the stretcher over to the house?
I do not recall.
Okay. So once the bot gets to the top of the stairs, how do you go about getting the mom onto that stretcher?
We set the bot by her, and then we're not going to be able to carry her out on the bot on all 4s. So we had to roll her over to her back, and then we get her secured in. There's 1, 2, 3. There's 3 straps on each side. Normally what we do for the upper body, we cross them. So there's 1 here, 1 in the middle, and 1 at the bottom. The top ones, we put this one to the middle, this one to the middle, and then the bottom one we just secure straight across.
Okay. And did you take her down head first?
We did,
Why did you do that?
to take any undue pressure off the child.
In a normal circumstance, would it be that you take them down feet first?
Yes.
Was that something from your training that you know to do that, or just something you thought was a good idea? Okay. All right. Okay. So once you get downstairs, did you get her in the
No.
ambulance?
100%.
We put her on the stretcher first and then into the
100%.
ambulance, yes.
Once she got in the ambulance, what happened?
We wanted to start an IV on the patient, the mom, and she absolutely refused. And in a situation like that, if we started an IV on somebody that said no, we can actually be prosecuted for assault. So we did not start an IV. And then I can't remember if it was around that time or shortly after, she said she did not want an IV because with her first child, she went through PTSD.
Okay. What happened next?
We went to the hospital.
Okay. Where's everybody at in that ambulance?
Dave Hurd was down with the child. We had a firefighter on my right, and I guess it'd be the mom's right also. We had another firefighter on the left, and I was sitting at the head.
Did you make, while still parked before you drove off in the ambulance, did you make further attempt to try to deliver the child?
On scene, not to my recollection.
Okay. Were there attempts to continue to try to deliver the child while you were in the ambulance?
En route to the hospital, I'd already called in the report to Nebraska Medicine was the closest hospital, so that's where we were going. En route, I was sitting there looking at the situation, and I thought we need to try to do something. So we had the firefighters on each side. We lifted mom's legs up, and the only way I can really describe it is like they're going into a walking sled. And so they put their shoulders basically behind her knees, and they both pushed. And we also asked mom to push as well.
At some point, was that successful?
That first attempt, no. The second attempt that we tried, it was everything that I just described was the same, except for I stood up and I also helped.
Okay. Prior to, so we're on the way to the ambulance. Presume you're not driving, someone else is driving.
Yes.
Okay. How's the baby looking? Did it change how she was looking versus when you first came on scene and you said she looked pretty good? Did things change?
Yes. By that time, the baby was starting to turn blue.
Okay. And by that time, you mean by the time you're en route to the hospital?
Yes.
When the baby was born, how did the baby look?
The child was blue. The child did not have a pulse, and the child was not breathing.
Okay. What happened next?
This all transpired when the baby was finally delivered. This happened literally, we were on Nebraska Medicine's property. Once we verified no pulse and no respirations, we immediately started CPR and started breathing for the child via bag valve mask.
How did you feel in those moments in the ambulance when this baby wasn't being born yet and was starting to turn blue?
Helpless.
Do you recall at any point, well, let me ask this question. The woman who was trying to help at the top of the stairs, did anyone have a conversation with her about who she was, what she was doing, and whether she would come to the hospital that you recall?
I do not recall.
Okay. At any point, do you recall that woman announcing, you got to get to the hospital, and directing you all to get her to the hospital?
I do not remember that, no.
Okay. Would you have, was it your intent to get to the hospital as soon as you could?
Yeah.
If that person would not have been there, that's immediately would have, they call it load and go. That is immediately what we would have done.
So because she was there, you did not load and go? Is that what you're saying?
Correct, because at the time, she seemed to be some type of medical professional. So I assumed that she had the best interest of both patients. And so I assumed that she knew what she was doing, and I guess that's it.
It certainly appeared like she was trying to help.
Yes.
Okay. Can I have a moment?
Yep.
No further questions of this witness.
Ross?
Thank you, firefighter. You testified that you first went through paramedic class, was it 19 years ago?
17 years ago.
17.
Man
And how
down
often do you have to
takes the
take
questions
classes
on
to
correct.
recertify that?
It just depends on what you're referring to, because we have multiple licenses being paramedics. So like ACLS is every 2 years. CPR is every 2 years. PALS is every 2 years. And on top of all of our official certifications, we also have to have so many hours of continuing education every year.
Any of the specific certifications you just mentioned that you have to do every 2 years, do those involve neonatal care?
PALS, which stands for Pediatric Advanced Life Support.
On the advanced life support.
Yes.
Can you talk about PALS a little more, please?
Could you be more specific?
You said you have to recert PALS every 2 years.
Yes.
How long
Definitely
is
some
the class?
accountability there, Helen. Definitely.
It's either 8 or 16 hours. I don't remember specifically.
And what's the focus of that class? What type of things do you
We
learn?
used to.
It kind of
Yeah.
speaks for itself. It's pediatric advanced life support.
Mhm.
So it's how you treat children. And it's very similar to ACLS. And it's in regards to if there's breathing difficulties, cardiac difficulties, that's kind of the main emphasis.
And what age range does children fall into? Who does that include?
Children, I guess, would be anywhere from 1 to 16.
So PALS doesn't actually train you in neonate, a newborn child, and the proper medical interventions for that type of situation, does it?
I do not remember. I'm sure it does, but I could not tell you 100% yes.
Well, pediatrics has a definition in the medical field, correct?
Yes.
And you just testified that it's 1 to 13. Is that what it
If
was?
I remember correctly, you asked me how we identify children.
So is it your testimony that PALS does give you training on neonates?
Yes.
What is that training?
Again, like I said, it's primarily, they have a bunch of different algorithms that if I had a card, I could explain it better, how to treat children in regards to any type of medical concern that may come up.
Mhm.
Let's talk about resuscitating a neonate. What are the proper procedures for that?
For a neonate, it depends on the presentation of the child. The first thing we would do is, and again, it depends on the presentation. The first concern is going to be the airway. And then we check the cardiac situation. And we've got different interventions depending on the presentation of the neonate.
Mhm.
What are some of those interventions?
Bag valve mask. So basically you're breathing for the child, chest compressions,
First time drugs.
possible intubation, and if we have to administer medications.
What type of medications might you administer to a neonate in distress?
Adrenaline.
Again, it depends on the situation,
Epinephrine.
but probably the most common one we're going to use is going to be epinephrine.
Mhm.
And in a situation where the neonate is just born, still attached through an umbilical cord, how would you get epinephrine into that infant?
And again, this depends on the presentation. It's either going to be via an IO, an intraosseous needle, or if the child's
Intraosseous is into the bone directly, generally in the shin.
been intubated, we can put medications down the ET tube.
Did you attempt to put an IV in the infant?
We were not able to based off the presentation
Why weren't you able to?
because of the presentation of the child.
Would you have been able to, are there certain drugs that you can administer to a pregnant woman that would have an effect on the, in this case, I'll say partially born child?
Not if the heart wasn't beating, no.
There's nothing in our protocol that we can administer. No, sir.
You wouldn't be authorized to administer epinephrine through an IV in the mother?
No, because it would work on the mother's heart and not the baby's.
Not that I'm aware of,
And
no.
you need to determine if the baby's heart was actually beating.
Specifically for the paramedic certification, how often do you have to, how many hours of continuing training do you have to recertify that?
To be honest with you, I do not know because our administration takes care of all that.
Is it more than 10 hours a year?
I would say it's probably somewhere in the neighborhood of 60.
60 hours a year?
Yes.
And of that continuing training, how much of it focuses on childbirth?
It just depends. Whoever sets up the training, we get taught whatever they're training.
So it's not necessarily a comprehensive review of everything you're taught.
No, it kind of varies every year. They change it up.
Is it different subjects?
Correct.
When's the last time you specifically had a continuing education class dealing in childbirth?
In childbirth specifically, I do not know.
Was it in your last recertification?
Not that I recall.
When was your last recertification?
Probably 6 months ago.
How about the year before that? Can you ever recall having a seminar, if you will, or a class in continuing education about childbirth?
I know we have, but when it was specifically, I do not know.
Sometime in the last 17 years.
Yeah.
Definitely.
How about neonatal care? Has that been something in your most recent research that you took continuing education classes on?
Most recent, no.
When was the last time you can remember a class on neonatal care?
The exact time frame,
I think they're trying to divert the blame from her to them, given that the baby was born in the ambulance and not at the home. That's my interpretation.
I do not know.
You can't remember one recently?
Not offhand, no, sir.
How about thank you for your service and thank you for doing such an amazing job and for going out of your way to help people as your predetermined choice of your career. You know?
Firefighter, I want to talk about your OB kit. It's fair to say that nothing in that OB kit could provide a life-saving intervention.
I would say that's incorrect.
What in the OB kit could provide a life-saving intervention?
The bulb syringe,
And what would you do with that bulb?
suction the mouth and nose.
Mhm.
In a case like this, did anyone try to use in this case, did anyone try to use the bulb to suction the mouth and nose?
If you're talking after the delivery, no. And until the child had been delivered, there was no way to be able to do that.
You couldn't get that bulb up through the vaginal cavity to the child's nose and mouth.
Oh my
No,
God.
sir.
Are you for real? You've obviously never had children.
Do you understand?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that paramedic Hurd attempted this V maneuver that you described?
Yes, sir.
When do you understand that occurred?
Once we had mom and child in the ambulance,
And was that effective?
No.
I do not know.
Was he able to get his fingers inside the vaginal cavity?
You would have to ask Mr. Hurd. I do not know.
I'd like to talk about when you first arrived to the scene. When you first arrived, you size the scene up?
Yes, sir.
And is that for your protection and safety? In
Yes,
part?
sir.
How long does that typically take?
In a situation like this,
Yeah.
if you want to go by National Registry standards, that's something that they say when you first get on scene. Is the scene safe? The majority of our runs, we assume the scene is safe. So I don't even think that was anything anybody thought about.
In other words, was there any
when you
delay
first,
going inside?
When you first arrived, you initiated care almost immediately then.
Once we got up the stairs, yes.
And when you initiate care, does that create a duty for you in respect to the patient?
Yes.
And is part of that duty to
He said
protect
duty.
the patient from anything that might cause them harm?
Yes.
You describe
What if that patient thinks that the actual hospital could cause them harm. Where is your duty of care there? Because, in my opinion, that is the only reason we are here. That mother was absolutely petrified of going anywhere near a hospital, refused the IV in the ambulance for herself. At some point, you as a parent need to put your responsibility is to put your children first in front of anything. And she did not put that child's needs in front of her own mental health issues. If she knew that she had PTSD, which she did from the first delivery, then she should have taken adequate steps to deal with that, so that she, if presented with a similar situation, she's had all like 5 kids or something. This woman, 6 kids, I think, even. You know that you're going to be in that situation again. You may need to make that decision again, given that you've had a C-section already. It is your responsibility as a parent to put that child, that baby's life first, regardless of your own issues. You should have sorted that shit out first. And I don't know if you heard at the very start, AJ, I did a bit of a deep dive and found that 15 minutes that she was in the bathroom unattended, she went upstairs to go to the bathroom, and she was in there by herself. And then after 15 minutes, she called out to Angie to come and help her. And apparently she was in the bath, and Vera, the baby's legs and torso, were delivered at the time in the bath. That's where she tried to do the episiotomy. So I guarantee you that 15 minutes, that mother's up there going, well, if I just push now and get this baby out, it'll be all okay, because then I won't have to go to hospital. That's where my money's lying. Yeah, exactly. The husband had the same issues. He didn't want to go to the hospital either. And apparently in Nebraska, it is actually illegal for to have childbirth. Home births are illegal. So why haven't they charged her there? Just
The person who was there, and that you assumed that they knew what they were doing. Is that correct?
Yes.
What were they doing that made you think that? What were they doing with the patient that made you think that?
Trying to deliver the child.
Were they positioning the mother in what you understand to be an appropriate way to attempt this delivery?
Yes.
Were they attempting to move her in ways that you understood were appropriate to facilitate that delivery?
Yes.
Based on your training and experience, and I think you said you spent 8 hours and saw 2 babies delivered.
16 total. 8, I saw 2 children being born.
put it this way: if she had have actually gone in and advertised herself as a doula and performed and nothing else changed but her title, I don't think she did anything wrong. That's my opinion. If you change that title.
Or in the other 8 hours I was there were no patients.
So based on that training and what you've seen and learned, what you observed from that person, Mrs. Hock, was someone who was taking action consistent with what a medical person would do to have a vaginal birth.
If you're asking me, was this situation the same as what I saw in labor and delivery? No.
Did you have any training or experience specifically with a breech birth?
Training, yes. Experience, no.
What was your training with a breech birth?
To take the pressure off the umbilical cord.
And is it your understanding that a successful episiotomy might take some of that pressure off an umbilical cord?
Yes.
And is it your understanding that a successful episiotomy might allow this V maneuver to be possible by creating more room?
Mm,
It would create more room, yes.
episiotomy
And the
would.
room, you need room to fit fingers inside a vaginal cavity, correct?
Yes.
You would know. My bad.
In regards to your OB kit or any of the tools you had at hand in your ambulance that you were provided with, did you have anything similar to surgical scissors, stainless steel scissors?
We do.
Mm.
Where are those held? Where are those kept?
It depends on the med unit. A lot of them have them in the trauma box, and a lot of times we have them in what we call an IV tray on the actual ambulance itself.
Did you have that trauma box with you in the hallway?
We did.
And were these surgical scissors in that trauma box?
To specifically say yes or no, I do not recall.
Would it
I'm
be,
assuming so, yes.
it'd be standard that they'd be there.
They should be, yes.
And did you offer those scissors when scissors were asked for?
Did not.
Are you familiar with what's called an episiotomy scissors?
I am not familiar with that term.
May I approach, Your Honor? Take a look at this, firefighter.
Yep.
What does that look like to you?
I did not know they were called episiotomy scissors. I don't know the specific name of those, but we do carry something like that.
You have, and I'm going to put this on the screen. You have something like this?
Objection is not in evidence. Can we put a sticker on it, do something?
I'd like to admit this into evidence.
Well, you need to mark it as exhibit first.
Defense Exhibit 131, Your Honor.
Any objection to exhibit 131?
I would just say, I don't think there's foundation for it with this witness, but he can probably shore it up with the doctor later, so I don't object.
All right, 131 will be received.
100%.
So is something like this in your trauma kit?
See how they've got a nice flat edge on this side, so that one is the one that goes toward like down towards the baby's head. So you're not going to injure the baby's head when you actually do the cutting. So that's why a scalpel is not an appropriate tool to use, which I don't know why it's in their OB kit. Yes, to cut the cord, but surgical scissors would do the same thing. Just saying.
I don't know if it's specifically like that. That looks different from what we actually carry. The one we carry looks similar to this, but the blade on my right hand, the blade on the left side would look like the one on the right side.
So are you describing a pair of scissors that's blunted in some way that you'd have in your trauma box?
I don't know what you mean by blunted.
Well, you can have scissors that are sharp and pointy, right?
Yes.
And you can have scissors that are blunt like this, right?
You're talking on the left-hand side?
Well, both sides appear to be rounded or blunt, correct?
I don't know what you mean by that term.
Do you have children, firefighter?
No, sir.
You'd agree with me that pointy scissors
Mm-hmm.
can poke someone, they can stab someone, they can cause harm to them because they're so pointy.
If you're talking about a normal pair of scissors, yes.
And that, direct your attention to these trauma shears. You'd agree with me that the reason for the bluntness of the trauma shears and this little, I'll call it a lip on the bottom, is so that you can cut clothes off and not cut the skin beneath, correct?
Oh,
Yes.
look.
It's a safety feature.
Yes.
And the fact
I
that
see
it's
someone telling you
blunt,
that earlier.
that's what makes it safer.
Yes.
And you'd agree with me that there's something similar going on here
Mm-hmm.
as far as these being blunt, they're not sharp, and that if you were attempting to make a cut on a particular part, for example, the perineum, that this would provide protection to other parts of the body, or in this case, the child.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And you don't have scissors like this in your trauma kit.
No, sir.
At the end of the day, they're not obstetricians. They are paramedics. Okay?
If you had scissors like this in the trauma kit, would you have provided them to Mrs. Hock when you understood that she was going to attempt an episiotomy?
Absolutely.
We wouldn't carry scissors like that because per our protocol, we're not allowed to do episiotomies.
Good morning,
But
Mama
in your
Shark.
opinion, would this
Good
be more
morning.
appropriate than taking a scalpel to the perineum in this situation where the baby's neck and head is right there?
I'd object to beyond this witness's knowledge. He says
Yeah.
he isn't trained on it. He doesn't know
Mhm.
the answer to this question.
Absolutely.
Overruled, he can answer if he knows.
Mhm.
I do not know.
Well, you'd agree with me that the way this baby was presented, with only her head inside the vaginal cavity, that the perineum would be in close physical proximity to the neck or head of that child.
Yes.
And that if you took an open blade, a scalpel, close to the head or neck of a child and attempted to make a cut, that there's a risk that you would cut the child.
Mhm.
I have no idea how to do an episiotomy or what the procedures are for an episiotomy, so I cannot answer that question.
Your testimony today is that a scalpel that doesn't have these safety features, that's a naked blade, doesn't carry more risk for collateral damage than the use of a tool that's specifically designed to prevent that?
Again, I do not know how an episiotomy is performed.
So he therefore couldn't select the appropriate tool. Why he's getting badgered so badly is disgraceful.
Firefighter, you testified that 2 trauma shears were provided
Yes.
and that one was broken.
Yes.
Did you get that broken trauma shear back?
Do not know.
Disposable.
When you end your shift or you end a call, is someone expected to take an inventory of that trauma box?
Yes.
Was that done?
I do not remember.
Do you recall if trauma scissors were replaced in that box?
I do not remember.
Relevance.
You testified that you have no idea how to perform an episiotomy. And I believe you also testified that a scalpel would be more effective.
No, he did not.
Based off what I know about episiotomies, yes.
So, but you're unable to render opinion you're able to render an opinion that a scalpel is more effective than an episiotomy based on what you know, but you're unable to have an opinion about whether a scalpel or what I've shown you as a episiotomy scissors would be more effective or more safe.
I have not been trained how to do episiotomies. I've never seen an episiotomy done, so I have no idea what tools they use to complete that procedure.
About how long did it take to attempt this episiotomy?
We didn't attempt. That I don't. Again, I was over with the OB kit, so I do not know.
But you handed the scissors.
I don't remember if it was myself or someone else.
You're flogging a dead horse here, man bun.
When you were responding to the call, you learned over radio that the feet and at least part of the torso had already emerged, correct?
Yep.
I would have to hear a recording of the
I
911 calls.
agree.
The only
I
thing
agree.
that I remember specifically is they said the feet had been delivered.
And it's your protocol responding to such an incident where there's a breech birth that you should transport as soon as possible?
Yes.
How long were you at the house before transfer was initiated?
I'd have to look at
Yeah.
the chart, or I'm sorry, the report to be official, but it was somewhere between.
She was charged with negligent child abuse, I think, resulting. Hang on, I've got it. Where is it? The charge was, negligent child abuse resulting in death.
Probably
Good
5
morning,
and
Regina.
8 minutes ish.
Thank you for joining us. Yes. Oh,
Once you got into
me too, Helen.
the
Me too.
ambulance, you attempted to help Emily give birth to her child.
Yes.
And once the child was born, you testified that initially it had good color?
When it was born, no.
No.
Mm-hmm.
What type of mask did you attempt the resuscitation on the child?
No.
Do you remember who did that?
I know Dave was doing the chest compressions, and I don't know who was doing the ventilations.
What type of mask and do you carry that would have been used in this situation?
It's the initials, and what we normally refer to it as is called the BVM, and that stands for bag valve mask.
And you just have one type of mask?
No, we've got
No,
one
they come in
for
sizes.
infants, we've got one for pediatrics, and we've got one for adults.
Mm-hmm.
Do you have one specifically for neonates, for newborn infants?
We do, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the one that was used?
I do not recall.
Can you tell me what the normal respiration rate for a neonate is?
40 to 60.
Mm-hmm.
How does that differ from a child?
A child's going to be 30 to 40. Well, it depends on the age of the child.
What's
Would
your
you
point?
agree with me that when you arrived, it was your hope that that baby would be delivered as soon as possible?
Yes.
And you agree with me that everything you did was for the purpose of delivering that baby?
Yes.
He's Captain Obvious.
Was the bot, when you arrived, was the bot brought immediately up?
No.
Someone had to go get that bot?
Yes.
How fast can you transfer,
Mm-hmm.
all things being equal, how fast can you load and transport a patient or get them into the ambulance from the scene?
It depends on the situation.
Are you trained to do that quickly?
Again, it depends on the situation.
In a situation like this, the physical act of loading Emily Noe onto the bot and taking her to the ambulance, how long did that take?
As long as it's going to take, man bun. She's got a baby hanging out of her. The logistics of that, can you imagine? Like, this man's doing his job.
I do not
Leave
recall
him.
the exact time frame, but it's going to probably be 2 to 3 minutes.
And that's if the mother's cooperative.
May I approach?
No,
You may.
sit down. I object to you badgering this witness.
Your Honor, I'm handing you a patient care report. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that the report that you signed off on after this incident?
Mm-hmm.
Indirectly, I signed off on it, but it was not my. I am not the one that filled out the patient care report.
Is your signature, is one of these your signature?
Mm-mm.
Whose signatures are those?
This one looks like Dave Hurd. Oh, I'm assuming that's probably somebody from the hospital.
Okay. You contributed to this report being made.
Correct. My name's on the front page.
I'd like to offer this report as Defense Exhibit 132.
Objection, hearsay.
At least his jacket matches the walls. I just noticed that. Mm-hmm. I'm with you,
Firefighter,
Kelly.
are you a mandatory reporter?
Yes.
Yes.
Is your understanding that being a mandatory reporter requires you to report suspected child abuse to a law enforcement agent?
Yes.
Did you make a report to law enforcement agent in this case?
No.
Did you cause a report to be made in this case?
No.
If I could have a moment.
Yeah. You can have 10 if you leave this poor man alone who's dedicated his life to helping people. Hello, Missy Moo Moo. Going to be famous? Yes. I created this cat cam because they constantly do circles of the desk the entire time I'm streaming, and you can't see them. So I thought I'd get another camera so that you can see how much they annoy me. Yes.
And forgive me if you answered this and I didn't quite understand. What was your role in the ambulance when EMS was trying to help Emily deliver her baby?
Could you be more specific?
Sure. You weren't holding one of the legs, correct?
No, sir.
And you weren't one of the people who was there ready or who was supporting the baby, keeping pressure off of that umbilical cord?
Correct.
You were an observer?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh. Yep.
Can you talk to me about what you saw again when the resuscitation was being attempted? How was the baby positioned?
On its back.
And chest compressions were being done?
Correct.
How were those being administered?
Via 2 fingers on the sternum.
Mm-hmm.
And was an IO considered for this child?
The delivery literally happened while we were on UNMC property, so we immediately took the child and mother into the ER.
Well, they're more equipped to deal with that.
No further questions.
Oh, yay.
It stands for intraosseous,
What does that mean?
where you're putting a needle into a bone.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about not using the suction to the mouth and nose, and that you did not do that. Why did you not do that?
Because we did not have any access.
I'm talking about after the child is born.
Again, because we were already on it. The delivery happened as we were backing into the ER.
So you were getting Vera and her mom Emily to the hospital staff as soon as you could.
Yes.
Okay. I know you don't have any episiotomy experience. We had a number of questions about these sharp scissors, blunt stickers, scissors, and scalpel. If you were wanting to cut through tissue, skin, and muscle, knowing what you know about the trauma shears and the scalpel, which one would you want to use? to be able to effectively cut through muscle?
Again, like you stated, I have no idea how an episiotomy works, but I would assume if you are cutting through skin, like you see on TV when they're doing surgeries, they use a scalpel to cut through skin.
So it's just your logic thinking that if you're going to cut through something, you need something sharper than trauma shears. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. There's some questions about being a mandatory reporter. When you were at the scene, did you have information about how much time had passed between knowledge of the breech presentation versus calling 911?
Did not, no.
Okay. So when this whole thing was over, did you have concerns about what might have gone wrong during this delivery at that home?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your concern a child abuse concern or a practicing medicine without a license concern?
I don't think either, because I did not know until after the fact what had transpired.
Okay. So well after the fact, after you've already turned the two patients over to the hospital, and so at that point the hospital is involved, that's when you started to get information fed to you about what might have transpired at the house?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Thank you, sir. Can we step down? You're done? Thank you. Take your water with you, please. Thank you. I always forget.
May I get my next witness?
You may.
Now, the next witness is Dr. Catherine Lessman. She is the obstetrician that was in the ER when the mother, Emily and Vera, presented at the hospital, and she is the one that actually filed the negligent child abuse charges to DHHS.
Thank you. Lessman?
And statement proceed.
Please state your full name and spell your last name for the record.
Catherine Lessman, Lessman,
How are you employed?
at Nebraska Medicine and UNMC co-employed.
What do you do at Nebraska?
No, it wasn't the parents that pressed the charges. It was DHHS on her report.
Of medicine and UNMC.
I am an academic obstetrician and assistant professor.
What does it mean to be an academic obstetrician and an assistant professor?
It means I am responsible for taking care of patients and having a clinical practice, but also involved in education of medical students and residents.
I can identify this because I'm one of them, but you're a fast talker. So I know the court reporter will appreciate it if you just try to slow down a little bit. So I want to talk a little bit about your education. Why don't you take me through where it began? Let's start with college.
I went to Truman State University in Kirksville, Missouri, and then University of...
Apparently in Nebraska, home births are illegal. Yes. From what I looked up today, yes. And yes, apparently. Although in my mind, they are definitely accountable. Definitely. For sure. Maybe not all 100%, but they a good majority of it. All right, I'm going to skip her education because she's on the stand for 5 hours. Oh,
Parties ready to proceed to a closing.
what did I do?
For adjournment.
How did I get to day 3? How did I do that? Yeah.
A little bit. So I want to talk a little bit about your education. Why don't you take me through where it began? Let's start with college.
I went to Truman State University in Kirkology.
Intel.
But
By the time you get out of med school, and you're into the residency, are you considered a doctor?
Yes.
Okay. But you just don't hold that board certification of obstetrics yet?
I wouldn't be able to do it again if I tried, Kathy. I don't even know what I did.
Correct. There is matches the applicants to their programs. And so St. Louis from we high risk
Very
6 months. Well, in the first 6 months, probably have a month of nights.
And
We did
then
risk
your
when they
next
develop gestational diabetes or preeclampsia, but any generalist would be more than qualified to handle those high risk conditions.
And other high risk, probably age of mother, maybe?
I
Is that
agree,
something
Kelly.
that's considered high risk?
It is, but not in a way that typically needs to transfer to MFM.
Okay, all right. So can you put a number on how many labors and deliveries during that time in residency and internship at St. Louis that you would have been watching or part of? Is it just an impossible number to even?
It's like, I agree, Helen. You know, they say one of the controversial issues we had yesterday was the fact that the defense's argument was that she could not be charged with child abuse because the child hadn't been born. And the definition in Nebraska is that a child doesn't become a child until post-delivery. So she hadn't been delivered at home, so therefore she's not responsible. But what happens? There is so many. You can still abuse a child in utero. You can smoke crack. You can do all types of drugs. You can. That to me is child abuse as well. So it shouldn't matter whether they're inside or outside. As a mother carrying the life of someone else, you are 100% responsible for that life. No excuses.
At that time, I had to track it, and I knew it to be in the hundreds. I don't know the number.
Okay, that's fair. So you completed the internship and residency. I gather that's when you're then eligible to sit for your boards. Is that correct? Is that yes?
Yes, sorry. Yes,
And
written boards immediately at the end of training, and then oral boards into a couple years of practice.
Okay, so written boards, did you pass those written boards?
Yes,
And then you have to practice for a while, and then you have to do oral boards?
correct.
What is the oral boards?
So oral boards is a 3-hour experience where you sit in front of 3 sets of 2 experts in the field for an hour apiece, and they have the opportunity to review your case list, which you've accumulated over the prior year in practice, and excuse me, and also quiz you on select cases that the Board of Obstetrics and Gynecology has put together for that exam, deeming you to be ready for full licensure or not.
Did you pass your oral boards?
I did,
And it was at that point you were fully licensed
yes,
with a board certification in obstetrics and gynecology.
yes.
What year was that?
2016? Yes,
So,
right after my daughter was born, 2016.
okay. So from the time you graduate from med school until you're board certified, you're doing your internship and residency, and actually, I believe working as well. Are you considered an OB doctor or a gynecologist before you're board certified?
Yes,
So are there some doctors that practice as OBGYNs and they aren't actually board certified?
yes, that is state by state and hospital by hospital. There are hospitals around the country that will employ and malpractice providers who will contract with physicians that don't have their board certification, but they are not the majority.
Okay. And they call themselves gynecologists?
They will have had to complete the OBGYN residency,
Okay.
and they would have had to take the written board exam.
Okay. So you could call yourself a gynecologist after that written exam?
After the written exam, you are a board eligible OBGYN instead of a board certified OBGYN.
And is it fair to say after the written, the expectation is that you get to the oral boards. That's the idea. You pass that and then you move on to that.
That is the expectation of most employers. And it's usually written into contracts that you will sit for your exam within eligibility. And you have, I think, 7 years of board eligibility before you have to retake the written test.
So you passed all that, and at this point, it's proper to call you an OB, obstetrics gynecology doctor.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So now let's take, after your internship at residency, what did you do next?
I went to Washington State and was in private practice for 3.5 years.
What does it mean to be in private practice?
So it's private practice or academia. Those are the two choices.
Okay. And were you in private practice in the area of OBGYN?
Yes.
Was that a situation where you saw patients in your office and took care of pregnant mothers?
Pregnant mothers, gynecology patients, performed surgery.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. And did that include then doing the delivery portion of it?
Yes.
Okay. So you're in a private office, but you can deliver babies in the hospital.
Correct. It was a hospital employed position.
Okay. How long were you there?
About 3.5 years.
Okay. Can you put a number? And I know I didn't tell you I was asking these questions. Can you put a number on how many babies you might have delivered during that time period in your career?
Probably an average of about 12 a month.
Okay.
So not doing the multiplication quickly enough.
I guess I'll just ask the overall question now. To date, can you put a number on how many? Because I'm going to get to it anyway, so I'll just jump to it. How many labor and deliveries do you think you've been a part of?
I think in my defense deposition, I tried to estimate that number and had to use a calculator because I think we said about 1,200 to 1,500.
Okay.
If you include labors that I was involved in, but then transitioned to care
Okay.
prior to the delivery, it's more than that.
All right, fair. Then you leave Washington, and where do you go after that?
To Nebraska Medicine.
And what year was that?
That I started that employment February 1st, 2017.
And in 2017, what were you hired to do at Nebraska Medicine?
The same position I'm in now, assistant professor of obstetrics and gynecology.
Okay. In that role, do you continue to see patients?
Yes.
Do you see patients by yourself, or are you overseeing people?
I both see patients independently and I oversee resident physicians.
And by patients, you're seeing OBGYN patients, correct?
Yes.
And you see them through delivery.
Yes.
Okay. Now, is that always the case, though? Do you see a patient that you may not be able to be part of that delivery because you're not working that day or you're out of town or what have you?
So we do have a group model. And so we're on when we're on and off when we're off. So I may have a labor patient this morning, and in that case, my partner would cover that. Tonight, I will be the labor and delivery coverage person. And so I will expect my partners to check out their patients to me, and I will cover any deliveries or I will supervise any deliveries that occur in the hospital tonight that are for the generalist group and from the MFM group at Nebraska Medicine. And I will also be in a supervisory role for any clinical nurse midwife deliveries.
Okay. Tell me about, first, before we get to the, did you say clinical students and nurse midwives? Or what did you say, deliveries?
So for the generalist group, the regular OBGYN group from Nebraska Medicine, and for the MFM group, I would directly participate in those deliveries. And for the nurse midwife group in a supervisory role, there are a couple other groups that also deliver in the hospital. I would not be responsible for those patients.
Okay. Let's talk about the first group you talked about.
Mm-hmm.
Who are those folks that you're supervising?
So I'm supervising the residents, but taking care of the patients are from our OBGYN group. So while I've been there, we've oscillated between about 8 and 11 OBGYNs with who see obstetric patients.
Okay. I'm showing you what's been marked Exhibit 97. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
What is that?
it's my CV.
And is this the most recent CV you have available to be sent to us?
Yes.
Any objection, 97? 97 is received. Dr. Wesson, do you answer your questions on the microphone?
Yes.
Or the microphone will also move, so you can move it over. Thank you.
I want to talk about your training specific to breech deliveries.
Mhm.
Have you had training specific to breech deliveries?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
So in residency, training is informal didactic environments, simulated deliveries, and lecture format. It also is often done less formally. For instance, after rounds, it's normal to discuss upcoming cases and challenging points from those cases. And in my residency experience, we had a couple MFMs who this was one of their favorite teaching points. And so to go through the breech maneuvers in detail before any breech cesarean or other anticipated breech.
No worries, Helen. We'll see you shortly. Thank you for joining us.
Would be a very regular thing.
Okay. And why is it right? Is it fair to say that, well, no, just tell me, are breeches kind of rare?
It ends up, so malpresentation is approximately 3% of term births and more common in multiple gestation and in preterm births.
So that doesn't sound like it comes up very often, but there's still a lot of emphasis put on training regarding breech.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Why is that?
Preparation for emergencies.
Okay. So how do you practice these or learn these maneuvers? Well, first of all, what do you mean when you say maneuver?
So, so a lot of these are named maneuvers, but the maneuvers in which to deliver a baby with minimal trauma. So after the breech is lifted out of, so in the event.
Lovely meeting you too, Helen. Thank you.
Of a cesarean birth, you would typically deliver the hips to the incision, bring those up through the incision, sweep the legs across the body, deliver those, bring the baby to the scapula, back up, sweep the arms across the body like this, and then flex the head with some pressure from above on the abdomen and pressing against the cheeks to raise the baby out of the incision.
Okay. So that's the maneuver you're doing to take a breech baby via cesarean section?
And very similar in a second twin, which would also be considered a breech extraction.
Okay. So are you trained on maneuvers of how to vaginally deliver a breech baby?
Yes.
Okay. And tell me about that.
So the process of delivering legs and arms and head are very, very similar, with the possible exceptions of nuchal arms and maneuvers that are necessary for that. And so that is, those are drills that we would run over.
You said nuchal arms?
That's what they're called, even though it's not technically around the neck. But when that arm is trapped, so trained in how to minimize the risk of that happening and then how to free the arms and then bring them around the body if that were to occur.
Can you spell nuchal for the court reporter?
Nuchal.
Okay. So what it seems like you're describing is literally a situation, if someone's laboring, that you're reaching all the way up inside the mother to move things around. Is that what you're describing?
So what I initially described was in a cesarean.
Okay.
A second twin is the other time that comes up with reasonable frequency. And that one, yes, we are reaching in to find and bring down the feet, which is different than a singleton breech delivery would be.
And why is that different?
Because the cervix was opened by the first twin.
Okay. All right. A lot more room coming in after the second one. And fair to say, and is that yes?
Yes,
And fair to say, first twin might have come out head first, and the next one maybe coming out feet first.
correct.
Okay. All right. So, what about maneuvers as far as during the laboring process of just putting the mother in a position better able to deliver?
For a breech or
For a breech, do you learn things like that about how to put the woman into a better position to labor and deliver the baby?
so where I trained most yes, we do. Yes. And how to open the hips maximally.
And are those the same sort of maneuvers you would do on a normal birth as well?
Yes. And those overlap largely with shoulder dystocia, because if you are worried about a large part of the fetal head or body not coming through the pelvis, how to open the pelvis is the same.
Have you ever had to help with a baby being born breech and being born vaginally, not going in and doing a C-section?
So that has not been within the standard of care for all of my training and for the majority of my years of practice. And so most of the all of the singleton vaginal breaches that I have been involved with directly have been so premature that cesarean would not have necessarily been helpful to their outcome.
Okay. Have you ever observed or helped deliver vaginally a full-term breech baby?
Personally, I have not.
Is that pretty
Wow.
rare to happen in a hospital setting?
It really is. And discussing that with a few of my partners in anticipation of this, my partner who trained at the exact same time has also not done a singleton breech delivery.
Why is that?
Because it wasn't within the standard of care for the duration of until very recently.
So if a woman presents during the maternity time period, seeing you as a doctor, preparing for delivery, and she presents the baby breech, do you counsel towards cesarean section rather than doing a vaginal delivery?
So it depends on gestational age. Around 35 or 36 weeks, we should, as obstetricians, know the presentation of any.
That's the point I was trying to get at yesterday with her prenatal stuff. They would have known that child was in a breech position had she had the proper ultrasounds and scans prenatally, or was she too scared to go and get them? Who knows?
Singleton pregnancy, of any pregnancy. And for a baby that is not vertex, we would discuss external cephalic version versus cesarean delivery.
And what is that?
External cephalic version is a procedure done on labor and delivery that physically tries to rotate the baby into a head down position.
And is that something literally the doctor is physically, I'm sure pushing isn't the right description, but maybe it is, on the mom's abdomen and just trying to flip the baby from manipulating the outside?
Yes, it is.
All right. And that's to make that vaginal birth easier, get the head in the right position.
Correct.
Okay.
And safer.
All right. Safer than what?
Safer than, honestly, safer than cesarean or breech delivery.
So good option if you're doing ultrasounds and you discover you have a breech baby, trying to get it in that place.
It doesn't always work and it is uncomfortable. And so it's not the option that is selected by every mother, but it needs to be discussed.
Okay. What do you afraid needs to be discussed? Tell me about why things are needed to be discussed when it comes to maternity.
Consent.
So that women know their options and the risks and benefits associated with them.
Ultimately, is it their decision?
Yes, it is.
I think this question goes without asking, but I'm going to ask it because I'm afraid I didn't ask correctly. I mean, we've kind of been talking about you're taking care of patients and you said you've never vaginally delivered a breech baby because it sounds like you counsel and different things can help them through that. Have you ever had a circumstance in an emergency room where someone has arrived so far along into that breech delivery that cesarean is no longer an option, and you just it's a point of no return where it has to be a vaginal birth?
Most obstetricians expect to encounter that once in their career, and certainly one of my younger partners has had that happen once. I have not.
Okay. And I guess I use the words point of no return, but is there a point of no return where, okay, there's no longer a cesarean option?
Well, there has been, I would argue yes. So if you have part of the baby delivered, then you are in, well, there is prior description of pushing the baby back into the uterus. There is very real risk of trauma to that, and that I think most obstetricians would find it safer to continue the vaginal delivery than to replace the baby into the uterus.
Okay. That's an option to replace into the uterus and then come out via cesarean section?
It is a dangerous but described option.
Okay. Nothing you've ever seen or done?
No.
Okay. All right. I want to get then to, you were talking about overseeing the licensed nurse practitioner midwives. Did you say that?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me about that program at the Med Center.
So we do have a group of, I believe we have 5 right now, clinical nurse midwives who are also in group practice. We share office space with them, and we are in a supervisory role. I was asked to estimate the number of deliveries they do, and I wasn't sure what that was, but in discussion with one of them, it ranges between 20 and 30% of all the deliveries done in Nebraska medicine.
Okay. Pretty good size number, really.
Yes.
So what is your role in supervising?
So it largely comes down to hospital bylaws that Nebraska medicine does not grant them admitting privileges. And so we are responsible for supervising their admissions and procedures, signing off on their notes, making sure that they are continuing to practice within the standard of care. But it is very rare that I need to intervene without invitation. I may be invited to assess for a non-reassuring heart tone pattern, or because the second stage of labor is becoming prolonged and they suspect that either the baby is not going to fit or maternal exhaustion.
She said that once the baby was halfway out, the other option is that you could try to push the baby back up into the uterus and do a C-section, but yeah, it's almost past the point of no return.
Is a forceps, and we should assess, or is a factor, and we should assess for possible operative delivery.
Okay. So a normal, everything goes okay delivery while you're overseeing it, you're never meeting that mother, never meeting the baby?
No.
Okay. All right. In those cases where things go awry, the nurse midwives might call you in to assess the situation?
Correct.
Okay. And in those circumstances, is that where you do the informing them about the options of what to do next?
Yes.
So can a mother at the UNMC continue to labor and deliver with the nurse midwife, even if you're counseling and saying this needs to be a C-section or this needs to be forceps used or what have you?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Right. Do you take that counseling seriously when you're talking to the mother about that?
Always.
Why do you take it seriously?
Because I want the best for her and her baby. And
do you think it's important for her to know all the options?
yes, all the reasonable options within the standard of care, yes.
All right. Do you get down right to explaining, fair to say it might be when you're meeting that patient, it's first time you're meeting that woman, right? Something's gone wrong. And so let's use an example of a breech delivery. And it's learned that baby is breech. Do you explain all the different kinds of breech presentations, all the things that might go wrong with that breech delivery?
Usually we don't need to get into that level of detail. If a midwife patient has a breech, or if a midwife patient is breech, usually that has been recognized again around 35, 36 weeks. And usually we're first encountering that patient in the office, again, just like we would our own, discussing here is what a version would mean, here is what a breech cesarean would mean. If she continued to ask questions, we would absolutely all honor them and follow her lead in addressing her concerns and as much information as she wanted. But no, for most patients, they don't require or even ask for that level of detail.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit more about breech presentation before we get to the actual facts of this case. You used a word, you have already used the word singleton. What is that?
It means only one baby. It means not a twin or triplet.
Okay. You also use the word vertex presentation. What does that mean?
Head down.
Okay. Are there different kinds of breech presentations?
Yes, there are.
Okay. Let's start with incomplete. Is that a type of breech presentation?
Yes, incomplete could, groups both footling and double footling and means that the feet are coming before the hips.
Okay. Footling and double footling, that means 1 foot or 2 foot,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Yes, so grouped together to be incomplete.
All right. So legs before the hips, it sounds like literally, are you describing a kind of a fully extended baby? Feet are coming straight out, knees after that, butt after that, so on and so forth up to the head.
Yes, it could also just be one leg down.
Okay. So tell me about that. If it's that footling breech, you got one leg down, where's that second leg potentially at during that incomplete breech?
So just by how uncomfortable it is to the baby, usually that would also be flexed at the knee. Theoretically, it could also be extended.
Literally flipped up like the baby's in the splits or something.
Yes.
Okay.
But usually they're more together.
Okay. But for whatever reason, 1 foot's coming out and the second isn't yet.
Yes, one or both. Mhm.
And then we have, if there's incomplete breech, I think there must be a complete breech. Is that right?
Yes,
All
that
right.
is when the hips are flexed and the legs are flexed. So crisscross applesauce, if you will.
Okay. So kind of coming out butt and feet at the same time.
Yes.
Legs are crossed up.
Mhm.
Okay. And in that again, then you have the waist, shoulders, head on up in that order.
Mhm.
Okay. Is that yes?
Yes,
All right. Then is there something called a frank breech?
there is.
What is a frank breech?
That is when legs are fully extended. So basically feet in the baby's face,
Okay. Completely folded up.
completely folded in a pike position.
So babe is going to come out butt first
Mhm.
and kind of legs and head at the same time.
Pretty much. So once the baby's belly is delivering, you're waiting until the knees are accessible to deliver the legs.
Okay. So literally if the knees are accessible, you might help pull those legs out.
So as the baby is, you probably won't need to. If you get to the point where the knees are well out, then you may flex those legs to deliver them. But mostly in that case, you're waiting and letting the baby deliver itself.
Okay. You want it to go as naturally as you can.
Mhm.
All right. Say yes.
Yes.
All right. So is one of those breeches, incomplete, complete, or frank, is one of those a safer breech to deliver vaginally?
So frank is by far the safest, followed by complete, and incomplete breech is dangerous.
Okay. And would you use the word dangerous to describe complete and frank breeches as well?
Those are relative contraindications, but anyone who's the credentialing bodies find an incomplete breech to be an absolute contraindication to a planned breech delivery.
And what do you mean by contraindication?
So you're taking on a far greater level of risk with an incomplete breech than you would be with a complete or certainly with a frank. And complete is more toward frank in risk assessment, but it is still higher risk than a frank breech.
Okay. So that incomplete breech, is that going to be a lot more counseling and explanation to the couple?
They would be very strongly steered away from a vaginal breech delivery, and with a lot of discussion of risk of cord prolapse and head entrapment.
Okay. All right. We're going to get to that in a minute, but I want to get back to why is that frank breech the safest breech of all of the three?
A couple of reasons. So in a term fetus, the head, the bony skull is the widest, firmest part. The belly is far more compressible, as are the shoulders. And if you include the legs in and the diameter of the abdomen together, you're doing you're far closer to the diameter of the head. And so as you're opening the cervix in the birth control, you're preparing the space for the inflexible aftercoming head.
Okay. Which is, of course, why it's so important to get the head out first, right? That's the hardest part to get out?
That's why we like them to be head down, yes.
Okay. All right. So basically in that frank position, that's sort of approaching, getting close to the diameter needed to get the head through.
Yes.
Versus if all you've gotten through is your feet and the body coming out, you're sending through the skinniest, most pliable part of that baby before you ever even start to working on the head.
Yes, that is a recipe for a head entrapment.
Okay. All right. What is head entrapment?
Head entrapment is when the body delivers and the head gets stuck. It's like the opposite of a shoulder dystocia, a head down delivery where the head comes out but the body doesn't. And so, yeah, when the head entrapment, the body fails to deliver with usual maneuvers, and the head could be stuck on the perineal skin, the bones of the pelvis, or it could be stuck in the cervix.
Ms. Jacobson, I think we're up to your mid-morning recess, so
All
we'll
right.
be in recess for 10 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
All righty.
All right, we're back on the record in State versus Hock. You may proceed, Ms. Jacobson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. You said a couple things here, and so I want to go back and hit them before we get to what happened in this case. And I think what I want to talk
Pretty
about,
much.
so there's three issues I want to hit here. So first, I want to talk about kind of basic anatomy a little bit so we can understand, because you've talked about the cervix and different things. So if we start at the top, for lack of a better description, we have the baby in the uterus, right? In utero. Okay.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Tell me the pathway from uterus on out through the birth canal out into the world. Can you describe what that is?
So the cervix is the bottom of the uterus, and that is what people measure in labor when they say closed 2 centimeters, 10 centimeters. And so coming from the uterus through the cervix into the vagina and then out the introitus.
Okay.
I'm sorry, out the
Introitus, INTROITUS.
And so the cervix, when people are talking about how far, if someone is 10 centimeters dilated, are they talking about the cervix?
Yes.
So that cervix needs to dilate and open in order for the baby to exit its mother.
Correct.
Fair to say? All right.
Correct.
So where does we have had some testimony about water breaking. Tell me about the water breaking. What are we talking about?
So the amnion is the sac of water around the baby. And the technical term for water breaking is amniotomy, and that can happen spontaneously. You've got spontaneous rupture of membranes, or it can be iatrogenic, done by a physician or midwife or even nurse, and that's artificial rupture of membranes.
So when you say the sac around the baby, so is the baby not actually floating in the water? I mean, there's actually a sac protecting that water, and that's wrapping around the baby. Is that what you're describing?
So the sac encompasses the baby and the water. So it's the bag of water.
Okay, all right. Is it typical that that water breaks? When we hear the phrase water breaks, is it typical that that happens before or during? When does that water breaking happen?
Only 5% of the time does water break before labor starts. Usually it breaks or is broken sometime in the course of labor. Very rarely it doesn't break, and that is considered an on-call EN space CAUL delivery, where then water is broken immediately after delivery. But usually it breaks sometime during the course of labor. From a very practical perspective, baby's head or presenting part puts more pressure on the cervix if the water is not there as a buffer. Additionally, practically, if a patient is ready to push and the bag breaks, you will get doused.
Okay, sure. So it can kind of happen anytime during that labor.
It can.
All right. And that pressure on the head on the cervix helps pressure and push the cervix open a little bit?
It helps the contractions to be more effective.
I did.
So we've also heard something about Ms. Hock doing a check. What does it mean to check a laboring mom to figure out what's going on?
No worries, Kelly.
Usually it's the first two fingers of the examiner's dominant hand through the vagina and then palpating the cervix, feeling the cervix. My hands aren't very long, so if I can only use one finger, it's my longest finger to feel into the cervix to see how many fingers dilated. So the width of my finger is 1 centimeter, 2 is some wiggle room, 3 is side by side, 4, 5, and so on. For practical purposes, 9 is a thin rim of cervix and 10 is no more cervix, not literal measurements. But in so doing, you're also feeling the bag of water or presenting part. And so usually you're feeling the baby's scalp and probably some hair. If there is something different, you may feel a brow or the side of the head, which would be called asynclitic. You may feel the breech, the cord, a hand, or a foot.
Okay. So when we've talked about these different kind of breech presentations, and it sounds like in typical situations, you know what that breech presentation looks like because you've done an ultrasound or something like that.
All right. I was just looking for some pictures, non-graphical pictures to explain what she was describing with the birth canal. All right. That was the best one I could find. All right, so that's the vertex position. So with head down position, and that's typically how a baby is born normally, vaginally. So it's got to go through the cervix that's opened at 10 centimeters, the pubic bone, and then down through the vagina and out. And they twist the baby's head generally to the side to deliver the rest of it, and then it's followed by the placenta. There you go. Oh, boop. Hello. Welcome.
Yes.
So you know if it's looking to be an incomplete breech, complete breech, or a frank breech. Fair to say?
Yes.
Oh, and Gabby, it's they're treats, cat treats.
Modern obstetrics, usually we've compared that assessment with an ultrasound.
So when you're doing this check and you're reaching up there and you say you're feeling things, I can appreciate how you're saying you feel a head, maybe feel some hair, but how do you know when you are reaching, whether you're feeling a foot or a hand or the butt or whatever?
Because it literally feels like a tiny hand. You can feel fingers, you can feel toes, you can feel the structure of the foot, you can feel the texture and pulse of the cord.
And so as a baby's being born and at the cervix down there in a position to come out or starting to come out, I mean, it's literally that. There's enough room in there that you can just feel it.
So by the time you can see or feel baby, that's much later in the game.
Okay.
Before you would start pushing, you would usually assess one more time to make sure the cervix is entirely gone.
Okay.
And that, yes.
Because you wouldn't want a mom to push too early.
No, that risks other trouble.
And you would want to check and make sure you're still head presentation.
yes, it is possible for the presentation to change during labor.
Okay. And if that presentation changes, for instance, if you think you have a vertex presentation, but it's changed and you've reached up there and you feel a foot, for instance, do you have an opinion as to whether the counseling of the mother should change at that point?
If there was a foot,
And that's just, do you have an opinion to that?
yes,
Okay. What's your opinion on that?
that it would no longer, that it would then be safer to recommend a cesarean delivery over a vaginal delivery.
And would you have that conversation with the mother?
Yes.
What kind of things would you tell her?
Well, in practical terms, it would say, if you feel a foot or a breech, then you would say, hey, this is what I think I feel. Bring the ultrasound in and verify that. And if you felt a cord, that would be an entirely different thing because that would be far more urgent. A cord prolapse is far more dangerous to the baby. And so you don't have the luxury of those other steps.
Okay. What is a cord prolapse?
A cord prolapse is when the cord precedes the presenting part in a delivery or in labor at any point.
And by presenting part, you mean the first part that's going to come out?
Yes, the first part of the baby.
So cord coming out first is
Bad.
extremely dangerous, you're saying?
So yes, if it comes through the cervix, it is a cord prolapse. If it's just immediate to that, it's called a FUNIC, F-U-N-I-C presentation.
And so explain what that danger is, the cord's out first.
So you expect the
Circulation.
cord to get significantly pinched, and that is not good for baby. Sometimes you may also get vessel spasm through the process, and that's, again, not allowing adequate oxygenation of the baby.
And that the baby needs that cord for oxygenation and
Yes.
to survive.
Yes.
Okay. And so in addition to the breech warnings you're giving to the mother, you're giving some specific warnings about a prolapse cord.
Yes.
Okay. So tell me, doctor, if a baby's coming out, feet first, butt first, whatever direction, just by logic tells me that the cord is eventually going to come out before the head.
Yes.
Because the cord's at the belly button. No way head gets out unless the cord's out.
Correct.
Okay. So what is the difference? Why the cord coming out first instead of maybe here come the feet and then finally the cord? Why is that more dangerous, that cord coming out first? Just because there's more time to get pinched or what?
Yes, you expect that the delivery of the body will compress that cord during delivery, whereas you expect the cord to deliver after or with the legs. And in fact, the instruction is to pull out a loop of cord and then let it go, taking the tension off the cord. But it's not nearly as compressed by the belly as it would be by the hips.
So again, those wider parts, hips are going to give it problems, and then certainly the end of it, the head's going to give it a lot of problems if it's prolapsed. All right. So then you also talked about something, risk of head entrapment. What's head entrapment?
Head is when the head fails to deliver after the body has.
Okay. And what happens during head entrapment?
So the risk is that the baby is basically suffocating, that adequate oxygenation is not getting to baby's brain.
And where do you get that oxygenation?
Well, through the cord. But also you're literally putting pressure on the neck at that time too.
Okay. And again, same logic, that cord, the cord's connected to the placenta.
Yes.
And so the cord is not going to come out until the baby's out and until the placenta is out.
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, then the cord is literally attached to the belly button, and so it's still going to be passing by alongside the head at some point to get back to the placenta.
If you have the added, well, I'll get to that. Okay. And these risks you're talking about are the risks for all the breech presentations. Is that true?
Head entrapment is always a risk, yes. And cord prolapse is always a risk. They certainly vary by type of breech.
All right.
Bobby.
So all right. Want to direct you to June 15th, 2019.
Yay.
Were you working at the hospital on that date?
I was.
Which hospital?
Nebraska Medicine.
Where's Nebraska Medicine located?
42nd and Dewey thereabouts. 42nd and Dodge.
All right. At some point, did you get called to the emergency department regarding an emergency?
Yes, I was on call that evening, and so was the obstetrician in-house, and an OBRRT alpha was called, so rapid response alpha. We have an alpha and a beta code. Alpha includes a baby, and B is for after delivery, and so that the OBRRT pagers are held by myself, or the work obstetrician on call, the upper level resident, the OB charge nurse, the OB scrub tech, the OB anesthesiologist, and the NICU team. And so we were all summoned together.
Do you all have a pager?
Yes.
Okay. And so is that the highest level of emergency situation as it relates to an OB situation?
Yes.
Okay. What happens next?
So we all came from our various places and met in the emergency room, and we preceded the patient there. We were told by the ER team when we got down there, term breech coming in, but is delivered.
It is delivered? But is delivered. Okay.
Term breech, partially delivered,
Okay.
coming in by squad.
All right. What happened next?
So we prepared appropriate instruments and waited for them to arrive.
What were the appropriate instruments you were getting?
So sterile gloves and Piper forceps at that point.
What are Piper forceps?
They are forceps specifically designed to deliver the aftercoming head in a breech delivery.
So those are maybe different forceps than you would use in a vertex delivery?
Correct.
All right. So you get these items ready, and I assume, are they down there in the emergency department somewhere?
Yes.
Easy to get to?
We had our cart right there.
Okay. All right. What happened next?
So our introduction to was Emily coming in on the stretcher and EMS giving chest compressions to the baby.
And for the record, you're squeezing your thumbs down on your hands?
Yes. Imitating neonatal chest compressions.
So chest compressions with babies are literally that, just you're using your hands and your thumbs.
Yes.
Okay. What happened next? Well, first I should ask you this. How did the baby look?
It looked purple and flaccid.
What does flaccid mean?
Very floppy.
Okay. And you've seen a lot of babies born. What color are babies when they're born?
Pinker than that.
Pinker than that. Okay. So you would use the color pink to describe a baby that came out healthy.
Yes. Admittedly, they do have some
You've still got a matching wrench.
purple undertone initially, but
Like you.
So when you see the purple, what does that signal to you?
that is an anoxic baby, or likely anoxic,
What does anoxic mean?
or hypoxic, I should say. Hypoxic, so low oxygen levels.
What happened next?
So we had the instruments to clamp the cord, and so we did doubly clamp and cut the cord very quickly. And the ER and NICU teams took the baby to another room for resuscitation. And we, as the OB team, my resident and I, and the scrub tech and charge nurse with some ER team members, went into an exam room and did an initial assessment.
Okay. Got to back up and ask a couple questions there. So the baby went with, is the NICU people, or at this point, emergency department people?
Both.
Both. Okay. That's an entire team too, team for the baby and team for mom.
Yes.
Okay. You talked a moment ago, and I didn't follow up a question, but you were talking about a cord that you can tell whether I think there's a heartbeat or something with it. Tell me about that. When everything is going fine and a baby's born, does that cord have some kind of heartbeat?
It does. You can feel the baby's pulse in the umbilical cord.
Is it actually the baby's pulse or mama's pulse?
Babies.
Okay. And on this cord, did you feel the baby's pulse?
So I don't remember assessing for that. Once you have the baby out, that so it's standard when everything is going smoothly to wait about 3 minutes to clamp and cut the cord, and we clamp and cut sooner if the cord has stopped pulsing, meaning there is no further transfusion from the placenta occurring to baby. In this case, baby was already needing very quick attention, and so to pause for attention to that was not something that we did.
Okay. So when a baby's being delivered, let's say a cord comes first, because fair to say you can have prolapsed cord in a vertex presentation, correct?
Yes, you can.
Okay. And so in that circumstance, you actually could feel that cord to see if it was getting prolapsed or getting squeezed by feeling whether it's beating. That would be a way you could assess it?
You can. You would still usually you would still expect some pulse in that cord depending on the level of compression.
All right. Okay, fair. All right. So your main worry at that point was to attend to Emily Noe. Is that correct?
Well, very first to get baby to resuscitation, and then yes,
okay,
immediately after.
So where did you take Emily?
We initially took her into one of the exam rooms in the emergency room.
Was her husband Creighton there at that time?
I know he was with us after we took her upstairs to labor and delivery. I don't remember for sure if he stayed with Emily or if he went with the baby.
Okay, all right.
When do you remember? I think he did, but I'm not sure.
When do you remember first seeing him?
There are details of the various experiences which are still clear. I think he was in that exam room with us, and I think he was helping to calm her and helping her to answer questions, but I know that was true upstairs. I'm not certain of that in the emergency room.
Okay. All right, so you get to the exam room. Is this an exam room in the emergency department?
Yes, it is.
And what happens next?
So we asked initial questions, and the ER team got vitals, proved initial medical stability for mom. She consented to enough of an exam that we could see that she wasn't hemorrhaging and that the placenta was not yet ready to deliver.
I want to interrupt you because when I break it down, like you said, you had some initial questions. Is that right?
Yes.
Are those questions for the purpose of getting a history?
It's yes, all of that would go into a history and physical. Less on the details of what happened and more in things that we would need to know or could potentially need to know to keep her safe. For instance, there are hemorrhage meds that you wouldn't use if somebody had high blood pressure or asthma. So asking any health conditions that you have, and specifically those pertinent negatives.
So are those questions important for your medical diagnosis and what you do next to treat the patient?
They sure could be, yes.
So what questions do you remember initially asking and getting from her? What information?
So fast medical, fast surgical history, medications, allergies. I don't know if we would have been focused in on social history like tobacco, alcohol, and drugs, or family history at that time, because those are less likely to be dangerous to her in the medicines that we might need or how we would immediately treat her.
All right. What significant information did you get from her at that time that helped you in what you did next?
We learned that she had PTSD related to hospitals or the prior birth, that her prior baby had been born via C-section, and that was a traumatic experience for her. I remember getting various pieces of history for how long or when EMS was called, how long the head was trapped. We didn't spend a ton of time teasing out those details because they weren't going to change our management necessarily.
What information did you get from her?
It was 3.5 years ago. That she had this history of PTSD, that she, to my memory, did not have a history of high blood pressure or asthma, that she had had the one C-section, that she had chosen, that this was a planned home birth.
Did she indicate to you how long she was aware the child was breech?
That was a thing that I think we got varying history at different times. I know that they knew from at least before they started pushing.
Why didn't they know well before labour started? That's my question.
Learning that they knew breech before they started pushing, did you start to have some concerns about what happened during that process?
Yes. Yes, our immediate concerns for the health and stability of the mother were to make sure her vitals were stable, deliver the placenta, prepare the episiotomy.
Yeah.
And
I've been waiting for someone to present her prenatal care, because that is culpability right there if she hasn't attended any of them, because as she said, she's never had a breech presentation during labour, but that's because of the prenatal screening stuff that they do. So I would lay my money that she didn't have that or very many prenatal checks, and that's why the baby. But then she wasn't qualified enough to really be able to assess what position the baby was in. So look, it's just tragic all round.
Test for any other bleeding. But then we also were responsible as mandatory reporters for assessing whether or not this was something that we might need to report to authorities.
So I'm probably getting ahead of it. I think I asked the question too soon. So let's get back to repairing the episiotomy. Did that happen in the emergency department?
That did not.
Okay. So after you do this initial assessment, get all the vitals you need, was she taken up to labor and delivery?
She was.
It's funny you say that. They can talk about her vagina and the episiotomies and all the descriptive information, but they can't talk about whether or not she went and saw a doctor to check what position the baby was in. It's ridiculous, isn't it?
And what happens up in labor and delivery?
In labor and delivery, we have a larger room with a smaller crowd and dimmer lights, and the ability to
she would have been told after her last C-section that any future vaginal deliveries would not be recommended. Absolutely.
just pace things in what we perceived to be a friendlier way.
Yeah.
And then we could go, and that helped her to calm down to where she was able to discuss things a little bit more.
How was she? What was her demeanor in the emergency department when she first presented?
I know she was upset, which we interpreted to be worried about her child, who was not directly visible to us. And I remember our read on the situation to be that we should ask questions selectively, because she was not in a mental place to answer more than
Gabby.
and to have a relaxed conversation. So she was visibly upset.
Okay. Did things get calmed down a little more when you got to labor and delivery?
More so.
When you're caring for her there, were you getting any information on how Vera was doing, the baby.
I believe it was on the way up from the emergency room or leaving the emergency room that we were told.
Good morning, Teresia. Welcome, welcome. And if you haven't worked out what Gabby's on about, because AJ and I are dual streaming at the same time on both channels, Gabby is jumping between the two. Oh dear.
And she was told we got a heartbeat back on the baby and that it was in the labor and delivery room where the NICU team came back to give an update.
Okay. So she was, Emily was getting that information that there's a heartbeat back on the baby?
I believe so.
Okay.
We wouldn't have left her.
All right. When you heard getting a heartbeat back on the baby, was that a good sign to you or was that a worrisome sign?
It drove home how dire it was, because getting a heartbeat back implies that a heartbeat was indeed lost or not present on presentation.
Okay. All right. So did she successfully deliver the placenta?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about that episiotomy. Tell me how that appeared to you.
So that was a midline episiotomy, and it was, as episiotomies go, a very small one. So we noted in the delivery record that we were able to repair it with a figure of 8, meaning 2 suture placements and a single knot, which is much smaller than we would expect for an episiotomy. It only included the skin and did not include the muscle layer.
That's a good thing.
Would that kind of episiotomy had any effect if it was only the skin?
Unlikely to. It's much smaller than any episiotomy I had ever seen.
To make it an effective episiotomy, what has to happen?
So usually the muscle layer would be disrupted.
Okay. And is the point of that to get more room?
Room for, often room to facilitate maneuvers.
Okay. And what do you mean by maneuvers?
That can be any number of things. So it's done more commonly in shoulder dystocia simply because shoulder dystocia is a more common occurrence. But to allow enough space for the examiner's hand or the delivering clinician's hand to move the shoulder or deliver the posterior arm. So in this case, to apply the forceps or perform lacerations on the cervix to facilitate delivery of the head.
Okay. So this shoulder thing you're talking about, meaning the head came through and the shoulders are some kind of not coming through correctly.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. So a while ago, you were talking about perinatal skin, bones of the pelvis, and stuck in the cervix.
Mm-hmm.
So are there circumstances under which during, and let's just talk about a breech birth like we have here, where we have entire body has presented, is out of the womb. All we have is the head is entrapped from the neck, entrapped in the woman's body. Are there different circumstances under which the episiotomy would work? And what do you have to know in order to do that?
So you need to know that the baby's head is not caught by the cervix. So even if it is an episiotomy, could be advantageous to help you gain access.
You won't be able to get it through.
But typically you can examine the cervix effectively without an episiotomy in most cases.
Okay. let's say it's not the head that's, I guess, and I'm layperson, right? But is episiotomy ever for the purpose of just plain making enough room that now it can finish being delivered?
Mhm.
Yes, it can be.
Okay. And in that circumstance, is it because the cervix isn't what's trapping the head?
Yes.
Okay. So it might be the head's past the cervix, cut, you just need to cut through some muscle and tissue to give room for that head to come out.
Mhm.
Yes.
And then you also said something about bones of the pelvis.
Mhm.
Okay. Is that yes?
Yes.
And that's that if the bones of the bones of your pelvis could actually be what's causing the baby to not
Yeah.
come out.
They could be.
Okay. And
That
that's
is another thing that is checked on prenatal stuff. It's the actual opening of the pelvic cavity. Like, we're all different as women, and women, they can just discern from the skeleton whether a pelvis is male or female pretty much by the size of the pelvic opening. So if the pelvic opening is quite narrow and they measure that in comparison to the baby's head, they'll know before the baby's delivered that that head won't fit. So that's another thing that would have been picked up in the prenatal.
circumstance, episiotomy isn't going to do anything. You've got a bone structural problem.
That one is the one that is the scariest because it's the hardest to affect change in.
Okay. All right. At any rate, this was not in any way an effective episiotomy. Would you agree with that?
It was the smallest one I had ever seen.
Well,
What are you
did have
used to doing
trauma shears.
episiotomy? And have you done an episiotomy before?
I've done a handful over time,
Okay.
an average of less than one a year.
Oh, okay. What are you used to do the episiotomy?
Surgical scissors.
Okay. What are surgical scissors?
So there are a variety of different types. Technically, we'd use Mayo scissors just as a strong surgical scissor.
Are those scissors? Well, I'm going to show you some pictures we have in. Showing you.
Happy.
You've got two different kinds of scissors. First of all, 98. Do you recognize that those as trauma shears, or do you know what those are?
They sure look. I would believe that. Yeah.
That's not a scissors you use in your work.
No.
Let me show you 131. Is that a kind of scissors you might use?
Excuse me, Mr. Davidson. You put that on the screen so that we can see what she's looking at.
Where's Bri Bear?
So that with one flat side looks similar to a bandage scissor. It's a little different than the ones we have on labor and delivery, but I would expect that to function as a bandage scissor. I'm not sure if that's the official name.
Okay. All right. So with the kind of scissors you use, is it sharp on both sides of the scissors for the episiotomy?
Yes,
And why is it important to be sharp on both sides?
because you're cutting through both sides of the tissue.
How do you prevent yourself from cutting the baby?
You literally put two fingers inside and use your fingers as a guide. So you angle your scissors between your fingers, using them as a buffer.
Why not use a scalpel? Or could you use a scalpel?
That's not protected.
Mm-hmm.
Theoretically, you could, but you then have to find another way to protect the baby's head.
Would not work very well.
I would be very hesitant.
All right. Because one side of that scissors in your fingers is going to protect the baby's head when you're
Yes.
cutting. It's an upshot of that, all that. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
He cray. In a good way. No, you're not at all. Not even close.
You said I think you were getting a little bit foggy on time when you were collecting this history. At some point, did you get some basic information about the time from identification of breach to when 911 or the emergency personnel arrived at the house?
Mm.
I believe that some of that came from Creighton, and some of that came from the ER docs who talked to EMS. And so I hesitate to say who said what and when, and we left the whole situation a little blurry on when breach was yeah. What was consistent in all of the stories was that breech was known prior to pushing.
Okay. Based on that information, did you start to have concerns that you needed to make a mandatory report?
My understanding of the mandatory reporting rule in Nebraska is that when any case of suspicion of child abuse or neglect, a mandatory report must be made. And so I spoke with other attendings and or neonatal nurse practitioners involved in this case. And it was our shared belief that a report should be made and that I was the most appropriate.
In my opinion, a report should have been made against the mother as well. Just saying.
Appropriate person to make that.
Were you making the report because you were concerned about the midwife that was delivering the child, or concerned about the parents?
Both.
About the midwife.
And why were you concerned about the midwife?
Because from what I could put together, this looked very much like a preventable injury.
Would it be important? A mother can decide how she wants to.
Now, in my research today, apparently, this woman has dampened down her statement with regards to the actions of Angie from her initial complaint to her testimony, given I think that she's got all of the information now. So, yeah, apparently her testimony was quite a lot more non-accusatory of the midwife than her initial complaint. That's where I was going with that.
Deliver her baby, isn't that right?
She can.
You just talked about that you could counsel a patient and you could say, breech is terrible, all these things are terrible, and she could say, I don't care, I want to go ahead and try to deliver vaginally.
She can say that.
In order for a mother to make an informed consent that that she can make those decisions, is it important that she knows all the facts?
Yes.
When you're giving that information to one of your patients, do you try to give them all the facts?
I do my very best to give them all the facts that I think that might be relevant to their decision making.
Okay. So as it relates to this case, at some point, were you aware that the previous child born from Emily was born by cesarean section?
Yes.
Okay. Is a baby having been born by cesarean, does the second baby, is it a higher risk if the second baby, I'm asking a terrible question. Is there risk involved with having trial of labor after C-section?
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
And what are those risks?
So when there is a uterine scar in labor, there is a risk of uterine rupture, which is when that scar opens. And that risk differs according to where that scar was. And so most scars in the US are in the lower uterine segment, and they are transverse scars. And so that is outside of the contractile portion of the uterus, and so minimizes that risk of uterine rupture. Still, that risk is it's about 0.7% of the time uterine rupture will occur. And for all women who choose a trial of labor after cesarean, the risk that baby will suffer brain damage or death is between 1 in 1,000 and 1 in 3,000. Or sorry, 1 in 6,000. 1 in 1,000 and 1 in 6,000.
Morning, Rao. Welcome. And
1 in 1,000 for brain damage, 1 in 6,000 for death?
No, there are a number of studies, and depending on which population is sampled, there are some slight discrepancies. And so brain damage and death together.
There hasn't actually been any evidence provided by anybody on the prenatal care, but given the attitude and behaviour of the mother and her previous history, the likelihood of that doesn't sound great, because yes, they should have known that the baby was in a breech position, and I do believe she was aware of all of the risk factors, especially given that she did have an emergency C-section the previous pregnancy, and she still chose the home birth option. So yes.
A risk of between 1 in 1,000 and 1 in 6,000, as much we can narrow it down.
All right. So for you as an OBGYN, and with your experience in a practitioner and
I have to agree with you
overseeing
there, Teresia.
other residents and et cetera, when you have a patient that presents previous C-section and now they're going to try to do a vaginal birth, do you advise them?
Yes, this particular lady was the one that made the complaint for the child abuse neglect charges, and DHHS laid the charges from there. It was not the parents. Oh, excellent, excellent. This is day 2, Nitawau. So day 1 was yesterday. It is a 12-month-old case, but yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. Need to get some. The laws over there need to really be revised, I think, very clearly. So, welcome.
Them recommend to them not to do a vaginal birth?
No, they have a decision to make.
Okay. Do you advise them of these risks? Tell them these percentages and all the different things that could possibly go wrong?
So I do. There's a well-defined consent process that we are required to go through in addition to the traditional one. So they do have an additional VBAC consent form that they'll need to sign closer to delivery, which reviews all of those things very specifically. There's one for 1 uterine scar and one for 2 uterine scars. But the consent and decision-making process is different for different individuals. So I start at their new OB or initial meeting saying, okay, so you have a uterine scar. Do you know what you want for delivery? Because oftentimes they've already considered it and had thoughts about it. And then we look into why the cesarean was done, whether or not they've had other vaginal births, and help them balance their priorities with their chance of success.
What if the reason for the C-section was arrest of descent, that they stopped progressing in their labor?
Then that negatively affects the chance that they will be successful in achieving a vaginal birth. That said, we absolutely let them try if that's something they want to do, and many of those will still result in a vaginal birth.
So you've seen successes in that regard?
Absolutely.
Okay. And when a woman does decide to do that vaginal birth after trial labor, after C-section, and ultimately able to do that vaginal birth, are there different precautions you take when they come into the hospital to do that vaginal birth?
They would not be a candidate for intermittent fetal monitoring. We would strongly encourage them to utilize the fetal monitoring the whole time. Of course, they still have the right to refuse, but we also wouldn't augment their labor if we don't know what's going on with baby, if we can't monitor.
So the more constant fetal monitoring, just to make sure everything's going okay?
Mm-hmm.
So that if there is a problem, that we can detect it as quickly as possible. And it does also affect what medicines we can use.
Okay. And could that woman still try to do the vaginal labor in your hospital with the licensed nurse practitioner midwives?
Yes.
Okay. And that might be a case where you're monitoring a little closer or ready in case something goes awry?
So twice a day we have safety huddle where all the delivering clinicians with a patient there, the in-house obstetrician, the anesthesia team, and the charge nurse and the neonatal nurse practitioner. So basically all the people carrying the RRT pager meet together to review everything. And that's another chance that we have. But I would, in addition to that, I would expect the midwife that was in attendance to inform me that room 14 PS is a VBAC. So I would be additionally aware.
We don't mind what you call yourself, Dylan. We'll call you anything but late for dinner. Either name, you're welcome. But was it 14 days or something that you have to wait before you can change your handle back? Little cheeky bugger.
If you have a situation, you said a moment ago that a baby, you might have ultrasound, everything looks good. We do not have a breech baby. And then during labor, that baby's flipped around and now you have feet coming out, for instance. Okay. That happens. Is that what you're saying?
It's very uncommon. And usually that's a baby that's large enough that it's the breech, not the feet that present. But yes, every few years it happens.
Okay. What do you mean it's the breech that present, not the feet?
The butt.
Oh, the butt. Okay. Is that word breech, is that the word for?
It is.
But okay. So using breech for all these things isn't quite the right lingo?
It is also an encompassing term.
Okay. All right. Okay. So in that circumstance, so mother's already been advised, C-section, these are the risks, uterine rupture, all these things that are at high risk. Pierce child's going to be coming out head first and they're at the hospital, they're laboring with a midwife or with you or whomever. And the point at which breech presents, do you go through a whole nother explanation and getting some informed consent before that woman decides to proceed with this breech birth, given the fact that she has a C-section, has had a previous C-section?
So whether or not a cesarean scar is a contraindication to breech birth is very much a relative contraindication. And I don't know that her uterine scar in the hospital setting would be, in active labor, would be a major part of our counseling and decision-making. That said, our primary recommendation would be then to proceed with cesarean because of the safety of the baby.
Is there a higher risk of uterine rupture when the baby is breech?
There is not.
Okay. But at that point, you would counsel again to say, here's the reasons you should do a C-section at this point now that this baby is breech.
That is a completely different set of circumstances.
Okay. So let's just see.
Yes, we touched on this before because in the material that I had read, for some reason it had told me that home births in Nebraska were illegal, but they're not. It's illegal for a certified nurse midwife to attend home births, but you're allowed to attend a home birth if you're unqualified. So go figure. Go figure.
Their previous cesarean section or not, let's do that same example where you haven't counseled this person because of for breech because everything's looked normal so far. You have a vertex presentation, and now we're at the hospital delivering, and suddenly we realize this baby's breech. Do you at that point counsel
suddenly
with her and have decisions about whether she continues with this vaginal birth or does a C-section?
We do.
Okay. And what would you counsel in those circumstances?
We would tell her that breeches or that the safest delivery route has now become cesarean because of the risk of cord prolapse and head entrapment. And it would be pretty uncommon for her then to be opposed to cesarean. It's not uncommon at all for women to be disappointed, but it would be uncommon for them to refuse cesarean.
But not unheard of.
So this would be the first time you're ever really talking to the mom about what cord prolapse is. Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. Because that wasn't an issue before. So they're in labor. You discover it's brief. You now you feel it's necessary, I have to tell her the risk of cord prolapse.
Yes.
Okay. And likewise with the head entrapment, you have to explain this is what head entrapment is and explain the things that you've been trying to explain here today.
Yes.
What if you saw that cord? What if you reach up and check and you know you have a prolapse cord? You feel cord up there when you go to check. Do you explain the things you just explained to us a moment ago, that that's a very, very dangerous situation?
So identification of a breech gives us probably hours before we need to be delivering. Cord prolapse gives us minutes.
Okay.
So that is a far quicker conversation to say, hey, the cord just came out. Your baby is in danger. We need to go to C-section.
And the identification of breech gives us hours because, of course, childbirth takes a long time. Just because your cervix is dilated and baby's on its way out, you still have some time between 10 centimeters dilated and we have a baby.
The few I've known to flip in labor have not done it at a completely dilated cervix. They've done it much earlier in the process,
Okay.
between 3 and 6 centimeters, which is where part of where I'm getting this estimate of time.
Okay. All right. But cord prolapse, immediate problem. And tell me again, why is that an immediate problem?
Because of the risk of cord compression, it's equate that to suffocation.
Cord compression, it's gonna be hard for that baby to survive.
Correct.
There's been testimony, hold on. There's been testimony that upon checking, a cord was identified. In that circumstance, in your opinion, should Emily Noe and Creighton Noe have been advised that this was a very, very serious and dire situation and that they should consider going to the emergency room?
And who said they weren't?
Rephrase the question.
I don't know if I can. I'll try. There's been testimony that a cord was identified during a check that Angela Hock was doing on Emily Noe. In that circumstance,
Your Honor, I beg your pardon, I'll let her finish. I assume the fact's not in evidence regarding testimony that there was a cord that presented in advance of the foot.
I think Mickey Heffley testified that defendant said we have a cord, and then she said we have toes.
Go ahead.
If a cord is identified in this check, do you have opinion in that circumstance whether Vera Noe was in danger and that Emily Noe should have been advised the importance of going to the emergency room?
Yes, I believe that a cord prolapse is an obstetric emergency and should be treated as such, and delivery should be expedited as quickly as possible.
If, same question, if toes are identified in that check, let's take away, I mean, the testimony was toes, or I'm sorry, cord and then toes. Let's take away the cord part for now. Let's pretend it's just toes. And toes are presented. Do you have an opinion as what Emily Noe should have been advised on given that presentation?
Identification of toes also makes this, or any version of breech, but certainly toes, makes this a higher risk situation that I believe any credentialing, so that
I object on the basis of foundation and relevance. She's testifying to what she should have been advised by as a direct entry midwife rather than what, for example, she would advise.
Well, Ms. Jacobs, in your question, make clear that based on the standard of care that they should have been advised.
Okay.
So rephrase the question.
So based on standard care known to you, if toes are presenting, do you have an opinion as what Emily Noe should have been advised about that situation?
So I believe that that risks out of a safe home birth, and that should have been a discussion point.
And what would those specific risks be?
So risks of cord prolapse and of head entrapment. And in a case where you had a cesarean for an arrest disorder, whether arrest of dilation or arrest of descent, you have a situation where you have a much higher risk of cephalopelvic disproportion than an average delivery, which should also absolutely be part of counseling and decision making, because that is a patient who is already at higher risk of head entrapment in any breech, including frank, but certainly with feet presenting.
Okay, we need to break that down a little bit. You said something pelvic.
Cephalopelvic disproportion, that's the fancy term for baby not fitting through that pelvis.
All right. Can you spell that for the court reporter? No, she's saying no. She's
Okay.
got it. So there's a history of that baby head not fitting through.
Of the first baby not
Okay.
fitting through the pelvis.
All right. And so if somebody is now presenting breech, is that going to increase the risk of head entrapment again?
So you have a situation where you had a mom-baby combo that didn't work, and now you're putting a higher risk presentation in the same mom. You have a different baby now. But yes, this is a scary situation.
Okay. And just so we're clear, I think it's clear, but I think sometimes it's hard to process. In the first birth, where arrested descent, vertex delivery, so the head is not able to progress enough to get the head through to give birth, that ultimately causes C-section. In that situation, the head's not going through the cervix and coming out the birth canal, but that's not a head entrapment, baby can't breathe and survive issue, because the rest of the body is still inside the uterus, living and breathing via the umbilical cord like she had been doing for the previous 9 months.
Correct.
Is that right? Okay. Versus what we're talking about now is the rest of the body has come out, and while in the beginning, fair to say that baby is living and breathing still, at some point when it gets entrapped, that's where you have the problem. And now the head is still not going to come out like it did not come out the first time.
Correct.
And in the beginning, if witnesses are describing that the body of Vera is looking relatively healthy, not looking purplish yet, things like that, there's a point for a while in which Vera is still living and breathing through that umbilical cord.
If the baby has normal color and tone and the pulse would have been accessible through the cord, that was probably still a baby with a normal oxygen status.
Can I have a moment?
You can have a moment. Just take your time. In your own time. Whenever you like. If I wasn't typing a message, I would be Elling. All right. Now I can L. L. That's more than a moment.
You,
Well,
when EMS arrived, the emergency medical service people, paramedics, that Vera was delivered to her neck, head and neck is still inside Emily, rest of her body is out. Had that been how Emily and Vera arrived at the hospital, would you as a medical doctor have been able to do?
And infuriating and selfish. Sorry.
To help finish delivering that baby?
We would have started by flexing the head and putting pressure on the back of the head above the pubic bone while she pushed. If that did not work, or if we did not have space for that maneuver, then we would have considered an episiotomy with consent. And then in so doing, we would have also assessed.
Tell me if that's too
the
fast.
cervix to see if that was the problem. If it was truly, if the chin was on the perineum, I don't expect that it would have been, but if it would have cut cervical lacerations at 10 and 2 o'clock. If the cervix was not the problem, I would have applied Piper forceps to achieve delivery.
Too late to try the C-section at that point.
Yes.
Baby, for all intents and purposes, was delivered.
Yes.
I just have a couple more questions, Judge. I just want to think it through before I ask them.
The only reason that she used the trauma shears was that's all that they had on hand. They didn't even have surgical scissors with them. So, or they had a scalpel, but that wasn't appropriate, obviously. And a scalpel is in the OB kit that the paramedics carry without any surgical scissors or anything. So the fact that the trauma shears had the flat base to them so that it couldn't injure the baby's head, even though it was the wrong tool, it was probably the better choice to the scalpel. But yeah, shouldn't have got there.
What night was it that Emily Noe presented at the hospital as far as days of the week?
Saturday night.
Okay. What night was it you then decided, you already talked about talking amongst other doctors and professionals about whether or not you felt they should be reported to the police. What night did you report it to police?
Yeah.
That same night.
Okay.
I think that went into Sunday.
Did you continue to?
But even saying that happened, AJ, and she has known PTSD from it, then get treatment for it and get control over it, because this being a parent, what happens if something happens to your child and you're too scared to take them to hospital when they're older? You know, they could be choking. Anything could happen to them. You're still responsible. You need to be able to cope with that, and you need to do everything in your power to make sure that you can. That's part of being a parent. So the more I look at it, the more culpable they are in their choices, basically, because I do believe they were told what their options were. And yeah, I do believe there was probably a lack of prenatal stuff as well. So it's all tied into her PTSD.
Care for Emily while she was in the hospital?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah, too.
When did Emily get released from the hospital?
Yes. So she did labour at home with the first one and had the same glorified doula is nothing more than she is. She's not qualified in anything and unlicensed. So she did labour at home, and it was another breech delivery and had to go to have the emergency C-section, which apparently contributed to her PTSD and added further. So she was more adamant that she didn't want to go to hospital this time again. And I did a bit of research today, and that 15 minutes that she spent in that bathroom by herself, when she took herself to the bathroom and then eventually called out for Angela. Angela opened the door and found her in the bath, and Vera was already, the legs and the abdomen were out. So I think she's gone in there and thought, oh, I'm going to get this baby out one way or the other, and she's in the bath. And then, yeah, that's when Angie opens the door and tries to do the episiotomy to help get the baby out, because she was already 2/3 of the way. So, yeah, I think her determination and her stubbornness basically just, yeah, it's just sad. So preventable.
I believe she went home on Monday. She was discharged on Monday.
At some
Oh,
point, are
no.
you aware that Vera Noe passed?
Yes.
Okay. Did Emily and Creighton get time to spend with Vera before she was taken off life support?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. A1, Bri. A1. Absolutely.
I have no further questions of this witness, Judge.
I assume the cross-examination is going to be more than 15 minutes. Yeah. So we're going to take our noon recess at this time. We'll be in recess to 1:30. I have a hearing on an unrelated matter at 1 o'clock, so we'll start back up at 1:30.
That's exactly right, Nita. Wow. Put your big girl pants on. You're a parent now. You are responsible. That's it. End of story. The choices you make affect that child. Simple as that. If you don't know, find out. If you're unsure, clarify. It's 2024, people. The least you could do is even Dr. Google. And having had to have that emergency C-section, guaranteed she would have known, she would have been told at the end of that. Now, if you're going to fall pregnant again, it is not advised to have a vaginal delivery, let alone a home birth. I have a phobia of the dentist too. I hate them, but I peed my pants a few times. I take Valium before I go. That's right. That's right. Correct. Doesn't matter what your fears are, those children come first as a parent. Simple as that. There you go. Amen, Teresia. Amen. That's part and parcel with it. Part and parcel. Yes. It would have been better than not knowing anything. That was my point. Little bird feeder out my window. All right, so we have our lunch break and we shall zip through this to the beginning again. Again. Bad pause. What you gonna do? Yes, it does. Let's go.
Emily Noe had been at the hospital when a check was done on her and either a cord or toes were discovered. And you had an opportunity to counsel her on what to do next. Do you have an opinion, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, of what the success would have been of delivering Vera Noe alive?
I'd say lasagna.
And that's just a yes or no question.
Relevance Foundation.
So that's
Yes,
sorry.
no. Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Now ask that question.
And what is that opinion?
So
Relevance Foundation.
so that there was, to my understanding, at least an hour between when toes and a cord were recognized until the body had delivered and had good color and tone. We can surmise that the baby was well oxygenated in that time, which gives us at least that time to have intervened for what should have been a good outcome.
And part of that intervention would have been what?
It would have been strong recommendation of cesarean delivery and discussion of the reasons behind that. And if she declined, then we still would have been better prepared for breech delivery.
And what other things could you have done during the breech delivery to deliver Vera alive?
We would have had fetal monitoring throughout. As I've already acknowledged, I have not personally delivered a term singleton breech, and so I would have called upon my partners that have to be standing over my shoulder or in the room for assistance as well. I have put on forceps on an after coming second twin, so that is a skill set that we would have been prepared to have. Other things that would have factored into that case. So cord prolapse is an obstetric emergency and would have been explained as such. And so she would have been counseled on that. We would have been better able to assess the type of breech and the risk assessment therein. And we would have had access to anesthesia to better facilitate any maneuvers or procedures that were necessary or appropriate.
And I think you've said it before, for instance, the episiotomy may have been, depending on exactly what the presentation was, may have been something that could have been effective.
It sure may have been if the perineum was what was holding up the baby. The other thing we don't know about is how extended that head was. So if there's any traction on the body as a breech is being delivered, then that can extend the fetal head, increasing the diameter of delivery and creating a head impairment.
That's right. And when you say there could have been a good outcome, what do you mean by that?
I mean a healthy live birth.
I have no further questions.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. Hayes, you need to speak up for us, please.
Oh, I'll pull the microphone toward me. Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Lessman.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Lessman, have you ever been qualified as an expert witness or given an expert opinion in the area of breech delivery by any court or in any legal proceeding?
Not until now.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert witness or given an expert opinion in the area of midwifery or out-of-hospital birth in any court or any legal proceeding?
No, I have not.
Have you ever been asked to give an expert opinion on cause of death?
I have not, outside of filling out death certificates.
Dr. Lessman, I'd like to revisit your training with regard to vaginal breech delivery of singleton babies at term. What exactly did that training involve?
So as we stated earlier, simulations, cesarean deliveries, and after coming second twins, as well as premature breech deliveries.
And how were you trained? And again, I would like to focus on your training regarding vaginal breech deliveries of singletons at term.
So it's challenge and separation because the skill set is so overlapping. And so term singleton vaginal breech is largely by simulation and discussion, though the maneuvers to facilitate delivery overlap significantly with breech extractions performed in cesarean and with second twins.
So are you saying that the delivery of a breech baby through a cesarean incision is substantially similar to the delivery of a breech singleton through the pelvis and pelvic bones?
For the maneuvers performed to deliver the legs, arms, and head, yes.
And are those maneuvers for delivering a stuck breech? Do breeches get stuck in cesarean deliveries?
Not often, but they can.
What do they get stuck on?
Well, it depends on each individual. Usually that's at the hysterotomy level, though any level can be the cause of the obstruction.
Okay, so you've testified that you have experience with delivering babies by C-section in various positions. Is that right?
Right, you should have heard the badgering they gave the paramedic, the previous witness, on cross. It was disgraceful.
Yes, so I'd like to focus on your training and delivery about breech babies through vaginal delivery. So you said that the training involved simulations, and so was that practicing how a breech baby passes through a pelvis on a model?
Correct.
And did your training involve how you identify a breech lie by hand when you're not using an ultrasound machine?
What's the point of that? She's in a hospital. She's got access to the
in
utility, why
discussion,
wouldn't you
but
use
I
it?
don't remember that being simulated.
Have you ever
That's a
identified a
stupid
breech lie
question.
during labor?
Yes,
Have you done so without an ultrasound machine?
the initial recognition is usually by Leopold's maneuvers or by cervical exam, so yes.
Have you, and so if you identify a breech with a cervical exam, what do you feel that lets you know that it's breech and not vertex?
So the soft tissue in the absence of the fetal skull, usually.
You feel soft tissue?
You feel the buttocks of the baby.
And if the baby is in a complete breech lie, what would you feel?
You would still feel buttocks, though you may be able to assess. So in all of those cases, ultrasound is available to us. And so to get deep enough into the pelvis in exam to assess the flexion of the legs and the hips is not a point of straight
Exactly
focus
my
because
point,
it's rarely of
right?
clinical relevance.
So are you saying that you don't have experience with identification of a complete breech lie by cervical exam?
Welcome, Dorothy. Welcome. Good morning. And you're right. Not everyone can. And sometimes those that can maybe shouldn't.
So experience, yes. Solely depending
Yeah.
on that exam, no.
If you were to feel a complete breech lie in a cervical exam, is it possible that you would feel toes beside the hip?
This doctor, the baby had already been delivered. She was delivered in the ambulance. So this obstetrician treated the baby when she was in the ER and the mother. So she didn't have to deliver the child. So what her skills are in that area are irrelevant as far as I'm concerned.
You would have to do a pretty deep assessment. You'd be following the legs to find that, because to be a complete breech, the breech itself needs to be coming ahead of the toes.
The breech itself needs to be coming ahead of the toes?
To be adequately flexed, to have the hips adequately flexed to be classified as breech, yes, the breech needs to precede the toes.
Are you describing frank breech or complete breech?
Well, that would be true in both cases.
Is it the case with complete breech lie that the baby's knees are flexed?
Yes, it is.
And is it the case with a complete breech lie that the baby can be sitting in something akin to a squat?
So in that the legs are flexed in front of the baby, yes. In that the feet are coming before the breech, no.
Is it possible with a complete breech lie that the hips and butt are coming with the feet next to them or even slightly in front of them because of the way that the legs are lying around the fetus as the fetus is descending, in your knowledge and experience?
If the feet are coming ahead of the breech, I would call that a footling breech or an incomplete breech.
Do you have knowledge and awareness of complete breech lies in which the toes are close to the buttocks and in fact snuggled right up against it because of the way that the baby's knees are bent and the way that the baby's legs are?
What's your point, lady? Are you questioning her knowledge base? Really? Yes, that would be fine, provided that she actually did the breech birth. She delivered the baby. She didn't. This defense panel is really getting on my nerves.
Arranged around its hips.
No, I have not seen that.
Now, if you were to reach up and do a vaginal exam and feel toes, what would they feel like?
We don't know, Kelly. There was no evidence put forward that she had any prenatal checking, and that anyone knew that the baby was breech, which they should have. So
toes, like
yeah,
toes.
Totally.
So will they feel like a series of small bumps?
Yes.
Is it also possible that if you feel a baby's foot, if it's presenting at either footling or complete breech, that you might feel a ridge on the side of the foot?
If you can palpate the baby's foot, in my experience, you can often palpate the entire foot.
And when you, if you feel or identify that a cord is prolapsing through a vaginal exam, what are you going to feel?
You sound so freaking condescending. What? So you Googled a bit of obstetric terminology, did you, and to cross-examine this witness, and now you think you're all that? Mm-hmm.
Feel so a cord is swishy, usually twisted, and you can feel it pulsate.
Okay, and if you're feeling, if a cord is just starting to come through a cervix, is it possible that you would just feel the front ridge of the cord, or a small loop or a fold?
You will feel, so a cord is swishy, usually twisted, and you can feel it pulsate. Okay, and if you feel a cord is just starting to come through a cervix, is it possible that you would just feel the front ridge of the cord? Or the cord, or the small loop or a fold?
Or
So that would still be the cord.
And would the cord field, would it be large or small?
That depends on the gestational age and how much Wharton's jelly is around that particular cord.
Because cords vary, is that correct?
I don't know what that means, Dylan. A late turn back to breech. What? I don't understand that one. Sorry. Uh-huh.
Correct, doctor?
Cords do vary.
And some are thicker and some are thinner, is that right?
That is true.
And so are some more easily folded or bent when the baby comes out than others?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. Do you recall participating in a recorded call with an officer named Lisa Crouch about this case on June 19th, 2019, 3 or 4 days after the birth? I believe it was your last official report to law enforcement in the days following the birth. Do you remember that?
The specifics on time and name of person I spoke with, no. Interactions with law enforcement, yes.
Okay. Do you remember explaining during that call that the process for delivery of a breech baby involves something that you described as keeping your hands off the breech and that was very important?
Yes.
Can you describe what you meant by that?
So when a vaginal breech singleton is delivering, it's very important to deliver primarily with maternal expulsive efforts. And so
I haven't heard anyone mention that at all, Dylan. I might have missed it, but yeah, maybe.
Delivery practitioner watches until the knees are out, and then they may be flexed to deliver and the body is supported. And then you wait again once the baby is once this delivered to the scapula, you pull a loop of cord to keep that loose and off traction. And either the arms will deliver or you'll sweep them across the body to facilitate delivery and apply downward pressure at the pubic bone to keep the head flexed while the mom continues to push. And then either apply Piper's forceps or apply traction to the face to help keep it flexed while she again pushes.
And you said the reason why it's so important to keep your hands off the baby while the mother is birthing it until and unless you need to put your hands on the baby is because you said it's important to let the baby deliver through maternal expulsive efforts. Mm-hmm. Why is that important?
Because if you pull on the baby too soon, you can you can trap the arms above the head and also extend the head.
And how were you trained with regard to the resolution of a breech baby that's stuck in the birth canal?
So it depends on why it's stuck in the birth canal.
Well, first, could you tell me how you were trained? Was that again on simulation and models?
Primarily, yes.
Did you train in resolution of a stuck breech on simulation and models, or did you only discuss it didactically or?
Whether it was in a registered training facility, an accredited educational university, like, are you questioning how they train obstetricians now? Really?
We're in discussions with other doctors?
Lots of discussion. I don't remember for sure if that was a simulation that we did a decade ago or not.
Okay. And so what were you told is the way to help resolve a stuck breech if the baby's head is trapped in the pubic bone?
So first attention is given to head flexion and to maternal positioning.
What do you mean about maternal positioning?
So opening the pelvis as much as possible. So typically that is in McRoberts position. So with her flat on her back, with her knees pulled toward her ears to open the pelvis as much as possible to maximize that.
In the ambulance.
The diameter, anterior, posterior in the pelvis.
And so doctor, if I can just ask you a few more questions on that point. So you're saying that maneuvering the mother into different positions is helpful because that affects the extent to which her pelvis can open to release the baby. Is that right?
Correct.
And you've testified that in the standard of care that you've been taught, you would get the mother to the edge of the bed. Do you recall making that, explaining that to any officers in this matter, that you would want to get the mother to the edge of the bed to make lots of room to maneuver?
Why would you do that post incident? Like, there's no point. The damage is done. She's dealing with a baby in the NICU, not delivering it. There's only so much she can do once the baby's out.
I probably didn't mention that because it was assumed in order to have had space for delivery of the body, that would have already been true.
Did you receive any training on delivery of a vaginal breech baby on a mother who is not lying on her back in bed?
So there is plenty of overlap with,
Yes or no will suffice, doctor.
all of ours were
Condescending
anesthetized by their
gal.
choice, so no.
Okay. And so if the mother were not anesthetized and were able to move into different positions, are there other positions that would facilitate the opening of her pelvis?
Yes.
Can you describe some of those positions? Would hands and knees potentially help relieve some of the pressure on her pelvis to help it to open to release the baby?
Hands and knees would be the second best position for that, yes.
Thank you. And doctor, you've testified that, doctor, have you ever witnessed,
Yes,
have
no.
you ever performed the vaginal delivery of a breech singleton?
I hear ya.
I have not.
Have you ever witnessed the vaginal breech delivery of a singleton at term?
I have not.
Doctor, were you ever trained that intravenous Pitocin could have a role to play in the delivery of a vaginal breech?
In my training, that was always contraindicated in breech deliveries.
And why was that?
Irrelevant. Irrelevant.
So breech deliveries are high enough risk procedures that the risk is minimized by limiting it to those in whom the
Are you all awake now?
powers of labor are enough on their own without aid, and also that the labor curve unassisted is sufficient to achieve delivery.
Well, doctor, how about in contrast to the use of Pitocin to augment labor during labor, is there a role for the use of Pitocin in a stuck breech?
I'm going to place an objection now. I don't think there's anything about this case suggesting Pitocin was used. So I think it's irrelevant.
I can respond, Your Honor. Okay. Is there a role for Pitocin in resolution of a stuck breech that you ever heard about?
No.
Does Pitocin cause the uterus to contract and bear down?
Yes, it does.
Did you ever learn that in trying to resolve a stuck breech, it's helpful to have pressure from above rather than pulling from below?
Yes.
Could the use of intravenous Pitocin, I won't ask you to speculate. Were you ever trained on protocols for delivery of a breech baby, on midwifery protocols for delivery of a breech baby, or protocols for delivery of a breech baby on an unmedicated mother having a physiological labor?
So I was never trained on midwifery protocols.
He's not on trial here, lady, and she didn't deliver the baby.
We were prepared and ran these simulations in the event and anticipation that most obstetricians will encounter a singleton breech in the emergency room at some point, partially or very nearly delivered. At the time that I was training, term singleton breech delivery was not within the standard of care.
So just a yes or no, were you ever trained on breech delivery in physiological labor with a birthing woman who is standing or moving around rather than medicated and lying in bed?
No.
And doctor, you testified earlier that breech delivery is extremely rare, or breech presentation is extremely rare. Is that right?
I said that at term it was approximately 3%.
Would you, and so 3% is about 1 in every 33 babies. Is that right?
Correct.
And would you call a complication that occurs in 1 out of every 33 births extremely rare?
Extremely rare were not my words.
Okay, so would you call that even rare?
No.
Doctor, are you familiar with the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists?
I am.
What is that?
That is the organization closely affiliated with the American Board of Obstetrics and Gynecologists, which has a very key role in setting the standard of care for general practice obstetricians and gynecologists. For obstetric practices, they work closely with the Society of Maternal Fetal Medicine as well.
And is the American College of OB-GYNs also sometimes called ACOG?
Yes, it is.
And does ACOG issue committee opinions? Are you aware of those?
Quite.
And for what purpose does ACOG issue committee opinions?
To help guide its members in their practice.
I know where I'd like to put ACOG.
Are you aware that ACOG estimates that 85 to 87% of breech babies are delivered by cesarean in the hospital setting? Does that sound right to you?
I certainly believe that.
And does that mean that 13 to 15% of breech babies are born vaginally?
I'm sorry, was this specifying at term?
No, I think ACOG estimates that 85 to 87% of breech babies are delivered by cesarean. Is there any, if they're not delivered by cesarean, how are they delivered?
then vaginal was the other option.
So would that mean that 13 to 15% of breech babies are delivered vaginally?
That would be the implication.
Does UNMC support obstetricians in offering planned vaginal delivery to women with breech babies at term?
With proper counseling, yes.
Okay. I would like to present Dr. Lessman with my first exhibit.
Yeah, I think that's the way that she might be going. Is she trying to discredit this witness to say that she's not qualified to say that Hock did anything wrong when Hock is not qualified at all?
Okay.
Dr. Lessman, can you please identify this document? Are you able to identify it?
This is ACOG Committee Opinion 745, Mode of Term Singleton Breech Delivery.
Thank you. And for what purpose would this, was there a date on that document?
This one was issued August 2018.
Thank you, Doctor. And for what purpose would ACOG issue a committee opinion like this?
To help guide its members in clinical care.
Thank you, Doctor. I'd like to ask you a few questions about this, if I may, and I think I'll put the paper here, so and you should be able to see it on your screen as well. Oh, I'm sorry. I would like to offer this into evidence as the defense exhibit.
136.
Thank you, Gabby.
And Judge, I would object it's hearsay. I'd object it's hearsay.
How's it not hearsay?
It's not hearsay because it is, it's under 27 section 18. The statement contained a published treatise throughout or pamphlet on the subject of medicine. That is necessary to question the witness with regard to the issues that she's talking about.
All right, 136 received.
Doctor, I've bracketed these lines here, and I'd like to read them to you, and maybe you can help us understand what they mean. If a vaginal breech delivery is planned, a detailed informed consent should be documented, including risks of perinatal or neonatal mortality or short-term serious neonatal morbidity may be higher than if a cesarean delivery is planned. What is this line? What does it mean to say that perinatal or neonatal mortality or short-term serious neonatal morbidity may be higher than if a cesarean delivery is planned?
So that committee opinion replaced a prior one issued in 2006, arguing against singleton breech deliveries, and that prior committee opinion had argued against it for several reasons, including worse neurobehavioral outcomes in the first 7 years of life, in addition to the risk of...
Thank you, Doctor. I'm actually asking you about the 2018 ACOG committee opinion, not the previous perception of obstetricians on the topics.
Yes, but you were asking me about the risks inherent in breech delivery and why the morbidity may be worse.
She's trying to answer the question. Counsel's talking over her.
I think she's digressing.
Well, first of all, now I've read 803.17. It says, the last line says, if admitted, the statement.
Yes, they do. They have. I think. Yeah, maybe not. They have two witnesses. One is an officer that plays the mother's statement, and the other one is a pathologist, whether it's a forensic pathologist or not, and she comes in via Zoom. So no, it doesn't look like there is another obstetrician on the witness list.
May be read into evidence, but may not be received as exhibits. So you can identify as 36. I'm going to reverse myself and not receive it as evidence, but you can cross-examine her based on what you read to her.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right, go ahead.
Okay, may I rephrase my question, Dr. Lessman? I'll try to ask it with more clarity. When does this committee opinion indicate that obstetricians should offer women presenting with a breech baby the informed consent for the decision between vaginal breech delivery and cesarean delivery?
So one thing that committee opinion does discuss is the qualifications of the provider in doing that, and a contraindication to a term breech delivery would be the training of the obstetrician. or midwife. And from 2006 to 2018, obstetricians were generally not trained in that procedure, not to that level of advising it as a primary option.
And doctor, would you say that the data that was gathered for this opinion included data that for births that took place during the years 2006 to 2018, when American obstetricians were less inclined to support vaginal birth of breech babies?
I am not prepared to discuss where the data was gathered.
And doctor, is it in your training as a medical doctor, is there a difference between the word may and the word is, maybe, and the word is? Is there a difference between saying that women should be informed that perinatal or neonatal mortality will be higher in vaginal breech birth and saying that it may be higher?
What the?
Or is there a difference between saying that it is higher in vaginal breech birth than cesarean delivery and in saying, as it does here, that it may be higher?
The word may allows for more doubt.
Doubt of what?
Of certainty than the word is does.
And in this sentence, does that doubt apply to whether it is the case that perinatal or neonatal mortality or short-term serious neonatal morbidity are in fact higher for vaginal breech birth than cesarean delivery? That is the doubt in that sentence, isn't it?
That statement allows more room for discussion in an informed consent conversation, yes.
Thank you. Doctor, have you been trained in informed consent and refusal?
Yes.
And what did you learn that informed consent and refusal is supposed to involve? What should that process involve?
It should involve a discussion between the physician and patient or the patient's representative about the reasons for a procedure, the risks, benefits, and alternatives.
And
not at all.
Thank you, doctor. Does a pregnant patient have the right to refuse an offer of treatment from a medical provider?
They do.
And
at what cost, though? At what cost? At the cost of the life or the putting their child in danger? Really? Really?
Some of the factors that a patient considers in making an informed consent decision.
Every person comes in with their own set of goals and priorities.
Would you say that your discussions, your informed consent discussions with patients mostly focus on the clinical circumstances and the clinical issues that you're addressing at the time?
Yes.
But would you say that it's also the case that patients making an informed consent decisions make them on the basis of not only the clinical circumstances, but also their personal values?
Absolutely.
And is it the case that they make those decisions on the basis of their personal circumstances, whether financial, their postpartum care, things like that?
Yes.
Is it the case that they make those decisions on the basis of variables that include whether they have past trauma and the nature of that trauma?
Yes.
And in your training on informed consent, were you taught that the patient has the right to make their medical decisions on the basis of an analysis that includes those values and experiences?
Yes.
Were you taught in your training on informed consent at any time about the concept of coercion?
Yes.
What is coercion in the medical setting?
Coercion is applying undue pressure into decision making.
And when is pressure undue? What is undue pressure?
I don't think this mother was put under undue pressure, and she possibly should have if she didn't decide to go and have a C-section. I do not understand this woman at all. I think it's totally irrelevant, and she's badgering this woman.
When it doesn't respect the values and opinions of and preferences of the patient.
Thank you, doctor. I'd like to question you with regard to another document. And this time it will be ACOG Committee Opinion number 664, June 2016.
Oh, look, who cares what the committee's opinion is, Elle? I don't care what their opinion is. I care what the mother was told and what decisions she made.
That we are doing the best we can with what we know at this time,
Exactly.
and anticipation and foresight are not perfect.
Would you say that the difference between ACOG's committee opinion in 2006 on breech and ACOG's committee opinion in 2018 on breech reflects the evolution of medical knowledge?
That's right.
That is one of the many facets of evolution of medical knowledge, yes.
And so the next sentence is here. As such, it is never acceptable for obstetrician gynecologists to attempt to influence patients toward a clinical decision using coercion.
Would you agree?
Yes.
And then, what do you make of this?
Who
Obstetrician
coerced her?
gynecologists are discouraged in the strongest possible terms from the use of duress, manipulation, coercion, physical force, or threats, including threats to involve the courts or child protective services to motivate women toward a specific clinical decision. What does that mean, doctor?
So you took it away, and I'm not sure I got it.
They haven't charged her for misrepresenting herself. They haven't charged her for being unlicensed. They haven't. She's a glorified doula. She's done nothing more than a few webinars and online bloody training things. There is no education or you know what I mean, certified education anyway. And legally in Nebraska, she's allowed to do what she's doing by attending a home birth, because clinical nurse midwives are not allowed to attend. Right? Get that one. And this woman, yeah, the charge is wrong. The accusatory, the nature of this questioning is wrong. I just
Absorbed every word of that.
frustrated.
Obstetrician gynecologists are discouraged in the strongest possible terms from the use of duress, manipulation, coercion, physical force, or threats, including threats to involve the courts or child protective services to motivate women toward a specific clinical decision. First, I'd like to ask, what is duress and how is that different from coercion?
Oh. L.
Word use, conversation, and there are two choices. And the obstetrician or the midwife thinks that it would be better or safer for the patient to choose this choice. And they emphasize the risks of the choice of the risks of the choice they don't want the patient to make, and they underplay the risks of the choice that they do want the patient to make. Would that qualify as the kind of manipulation you're describing?
I think it depends on the relative risks and benefits in given situations. So take, for instance, a trial of labor after cesarean with a single uterine scar and a vertex presentation. The standard of care sees the risks of both delivery methods as relatively balanced. There are other situations where something is considered an absolute contraindication, and that would not be balanced, and it would be unfair to present it as though it was.
Thank you. So I think what you're saying is that the information should be accurate. Is that right, doctor? And
Yes.
that sometimes the risks really they are really imbalanced, you could say, between the choices, and that information should be conveyed, but sometimes they aren't, and that should be accurately described.
That the presentation of the risks and benefits should be in accordance with the standard of care and the best that we know at the time.
And did you just explain that after one cesarean section with a normal delivery, that there are risks and benefits on either side of planned repeat cesarean or a trial of labor after cesarean?
Correct.
And so therefore, would you say that if a doctor were to say to a patient, the safest thing for you to do is a repeat cesarean, because otherwise your uterus will rupture, or there's a very serious risk of a uterine rupture, and that's probably the safest thing for you to do, and they don't talk about any of the risks of going with a cesarean, for example, or the benefits of a trial of labor, would that be manipulative?
I was actually looking it up before, Nidawau. So apparently I was reading this article about home births in Nebraska and explaining the law. And it says there is a lot of misconceptions out there when it comes to home births in Nebraska. An attorney general misinterpreted the law on home birth decades ago, and many are still under the impression today that they are illegal in Nebraska, but they are not. They revised the statute. The Nebraska revised statute 38.613 prohibits certified nurse midwives from attending home births. A certified nurse midwife is only one type of midwife and the only one recognised by the state of Nebraska. Nebraska does not offer licensure for other types of midwives. There are no laws prohibiting direct entry midwives, certified professional midwives, traditional midwives, doulas, birth keepers, birth photographers, or anyone who is not a certified nurse midwife from attending home births in Nebraska. Home birth midwives are highly, no, they're not. So there you go. That was pertaining to the law.
In a situation where the hospital is fit to handle both things, yes, it would. But in a situation in which the provider does not have in-house anesthesia or in-house obstetrics and the standard of care for VBAC is not met, then that should be presented as an imbalanced set of risks and benefits, and the patient should be offered, and in that description of discussion, the acknowledgement that she would need to go to another facility to have a safe trial of labor after cesarean would be necessary to balance that.
And if the reason why the provider is not offering a vaginal birth after cesarean is due to the resources at their hospital, do you think the patient should be informed accurately that that's the reason for the recommendation, rather than told that the reason is uterine rupture?
Correct.
Thank you, doctor. And so why do you think that this ACOG committee, doctor? And so why do you think that this ACOG committee opinion says that OB-GYNs are discouraged in the strongest possible terms from involving the courts or child protective services in their efforts to lead women toward particular medical decisions or to punish them for making decisions that obstetricians don't prefer?
I object to the form of question compound.
Overruled. She can answer if she knows. Or she can.
I agree that the question is somewhat confusing.
I'll ask it again. Doctor, why do you think that ACOG recommends in the strongest possible terms that obstetricians should not call the police or CPS on patients because of their medical decisions?
I think it's saying that that OBGYNs should not use the threat of calling the police or CPS to steer a patient toward one medical decision or another.
Would you read this to mean that ACOG is recommending that they go ahead and make the call rather than mention it to the patient? Or do you think they're saying that you shouldn't involve courts and CPS around patient medical decision?
That's why she's being hard on her. She's nailing her because she's the one that made the complaint to DHHS. That's why. Yeah.
Given that this is in the paragraph that states that coercion is ethically impermissible because of prognostic uncertainty and the limitations of medical knowledge.
I don't understand. It is my understanding that committee opinions do not supersede local law.
And okay, and do you think that this contradicts any law? Do you think there's any law that obligates obstetricians to call CPS on? Do you think that ACOG is misrepresenting the law when they say that obstetricians are discouraged in the strongest possible terms from involving the courts or CPS regarding women's medical decisions?
I think ACOG is highly discouraging that OBGYNs threaten to call CPS because of a...
So she's trying to discredit her ability to determine whether or not there was child abuse or neglect to be reported. That's what she's trying to do. She's trying to discredit her ability to assess that.
Women's drug use, but I do not believe it to override mandatory reporting laws.
Okay, doctor.
Take that.
Given your testimony today, would you agree that a doctor and a patient can therefore have a different perspective on what's the safest course of care for that patient?
Yes.
And do medical ethics require that the patient has the ultimate authority to weigh their treatment options and make the decision about what's safest for them?
They do.
So should informed consent involve doctors telling patients what is safest, as if that is objective and absolute, or informing them of the risks and benefits of their options so that the patient can weigh the evidence, consider their values, and make their own decision?
Sometimes there truly is a safest option, and sometimes they are balanced, and that should be reflected according to the standard of care and the best medical knowledge at the time.
Okay. And so you've testified today that steering a patient toward the obstetrician's preferred choice can be a form of coercion. Is that right?
It can be.
When is it not? When you testified earlier that your counseling might involve...
Hi there.
I'd like to repeat the new question. When you testified earlier that your...
Can you answer that question?
I've lost track of which one it was.
I asked, when is steering a client away from the decision that they want to make not coercion? After informed consent, after they've been informed regarding the risks and benefits of their option. If the doctor starts to steer the patient anywhere, you've testified that can be coercion sometimes, or maybe, but implying that sometimes you think it's not coercion. And then I asked, when is it not coercion? Is that something you want to answer?
I'm being delicate with this one because I can see in an obstetric context multiple views and potential for misinterpretation. Informed consent is obtained of all obstetric patients at presentation prior to delivery. But there are certainly circumstances where the risks change, and informing them of those in real time changes the consent conversation in an ongoing way.
And if you inform a patient that risks, for example, have become emergent, can the patient integrate that information to make a decision that weighs those risks as more significant if they're manifesting?
Yes.
And so when you testified earlier that your counseling might involve strongly steering a patient away from a decision. What does that mean in your context?
There are so many different consent conversations that occur in medicine. So again, it could mean an unfair or a discussion of the medical risks and benefits not consistent with the standard of care to get the provider's desired result.
Thank you, doctor. Okay, now I'd like to move to review of Emily's medical records under your care at UNMC, if that's all right.
Okay.
Gabby mustn't be around because there's no love hearts for Adair. I'll give them. Bye, Adair. A virtual kiss. Absolutely. And that's not called coercion or anything. It's called the truth. It's called being honest. There they are. There they are.
I'll make that
Called
motion.
reality.
So,
Well, maybe I will offer it to his presentation and then offer it.
I think we need to mark it if you're going to be working with it.
So, Dr. Lessman, I'd like to present you with the same excerpt of Emily Noe's medical records at UNMC that you reviewed during your deposition for this matter. Is that okay?
Yes.
And I'll offer it to you and ask you to just look it over and just confirm that those are Emily Noe's medical records from her treatment at UNMC in the day, or that this is an excerpt of Emily Noe's medical records from the days of her treatment after she arrived on June 15th, 2019.
Yes.
Thank you, doctor. No, I have to go back up. I would like to offer this excerpt of Emily Noe's medical records from UNMC as Exhibit 138.
Objection, hearsay.
Well, they're business records, but anyway, 138 received.
First, I'll put them under the camera, Dr. Lessman, so you can identify them.
Dr. Lessman, when it says at the top of this page, H&P by Catherine Lessman at 6:15:19, 11:01 p.m. What is H&P?
History and physical.
And does this indicate that this is a chart note that you created in caring for Emily Noe?
So it was created in partnership with my supervising resident. I believe she was a third year at the time.
Okay. And does it reflect the care that you provided to Emily Noe when on June 15th, 2019?
Yes.
Okay. So they're good.
Yeah, can I just go for a minute with counsel in that exhibit?
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Lessman, could we review this part that says OB procedure note?
Yes.
When it says description of findings, midline episiotomy resulting in first degree
I'm sorry, there was coughing.
Oh,
So let me have you.
Excuse me.
Not at all. I'd like to ask you about this line that says midline episiotomy resulting in first degree perineal laceration. Is that okay?
Yes.
So I just spoke for 2 minutes and my mic was muted. I'm going to give this about 5 minutes and I'm going to wind up the stream because it's been over 4 hours. So you can all have a bit of time to say your goodbyes in chat and we'll wind it up shortly. All right.
What is a first degree perineal laceration?
So it includes vaginal or perineal skin only.
And do you recall describing the laceration in your phone call with Officer Lisa Crouch as very superficial or even meaningless?
I would believe that I'd used, yes.
Is there a difference between a laceration and a cut?
So it was not a laceration, it was an episiotomy, and we included that language to describe to ourselves what we had found and the depth of it. First degree perineal episiotomy is not a medical phrase in recognized literature. And so this was the closest we could approximate.
And can the perineum get a first degree laceration after a baby comes out of the vagina without an episiotomy?
Absolutely.
How could you tell that this laceration was from an episiotomy as opposed to caused by the baby coming out?
Because it wasn't
The
a
sharp
tear.
cut edges.
The sharp cut. So it had smooth edges, is that right?
Correct. It did not follow natural tissue planes like a laceration would.
So it was a light but smooth cut on the skin, is that correct?
Correct.
And when you say midline, does that mean it was going straight down the perineum from the vagina toward the anus?
Correct.
Do you recall reporting to Lisa Crouch on June 19th
And nobody wants a rectovaginal fistula, do they, Bri?
that you had heard that the episiotomy was performed in the ambulance?
So not having been present for that, what I had was hearsay from what I was being told. And so I don't know when it was, and I certainly don't remember the detail on that.
And so if by June 19th, 2019, you still believed that Angela Hock had ridden in the ambulance to the hospital, was there a time after that that you came to understand that she did not ride in that ambulance? And if so, do you know when?
I never considered myself an expert in what happened in the ambulance.
Do you still believe she was riding in the ambulance?
I don't know one way or the other on that one.
Okay. That's the question, Emily, at UNMC.
Yes.
Did you interact with her when she first arrived?
Yes.
Do you recall describing her condition at that time as terrified and frantic?
I certainly would believe that I used those words.
Does that accurately describe the impression that you had of her emotional state when you encountered her?
The memory of that part of the encounter is not very strong right now, but the pieces that I can remember, yes.
And when you first encountered Emily and were first discussing her situation with her, was she in a small room with 10 to 20 people around?
That is how I would describe that emergency room exam room, yes.
And what do you remember about what she first told you about her history of post-traumatic stress disorder?
I remember that she said she had post-traumatic stress disorder or PTSD, and that the birth of her first baby had been traumatic to her. I don't remember more detail than that about her PTSD or her description of it.
What did she tell you about what had happened in her labor prior to getting to the hospital?
So I'm worried about the nuance of these answers because I believe much of the history came from her partner, Creighton. And so I don't want to falsify that she said what I think a lot of it she didn't say.
Did she tell you that she had chosen to stay home after she was informed that the baby was breech?
I do not remember hearing that not from her.
Okay, I would like to introduce another exhibit. This is the deposition of Catherine Lessman, taken on December 2, 2022.
Dr. Lessman, were you deposed for this matter on December 2, 2022?
Yes, I was.
And were you sworn under oath when you answered the questions in that deposition?
Yes,
And have you had a chance to review the transcript of that deposition?
I have.
Okay. Put out page 57 of the deposition on the screen here.
And I guess at this point, I'd ask her that it's not been received in evidence. So
Oh, I
it's
beg your
hearsay. Maybe she
pardon.
can show it to the witness.
Your
and
Honor,
do the refreshing she
I
wants
would
to
like
do.
to offer. May I offer it into evidence, Your Honor, as an exhibit?
Excuse me?
Oh, I think I showed it to the witness.
Right,
Okay.
and then just direct her to the page and number,
Okay.
or line number,
Then I can just leave it with her to refer her through it, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Okay.
as long as you have another copy. You're going to go back to your chair.
That's what page are you on?
57, Mr. Dixon. So you know how to follow it, Doctor? The pages are marked here in the top right.
Thank you.
Dr. Lessman, can I refer you to page 57
Yes,
of your deposition? And to the lines where you said,
The lines.
Yes, please review your testimony from line 6 to line 14,
yes,
and let me know when you've had a chance to look at it.
I have.
Do you remember testifying that they said that they had known that the baby was breech and they had chosen to stay home?
Yes, and again, the clarification is that because I believe I received most of this history from Creighton, and you were saying Emily.
Okay, and do you see that the answer was given in answer to the question? Do you remember talking with Emily about what had happened before she got to the hospital?
The conversation was collective together. She was
Okay.
upset, and it was not uncommon to ask her a question and have him answer. And therefore, her consent was applied because she didn't clarify it.
Okay, so are you testifying today that Creighton Noe informed you that they had chosen to stay home?
Yes,
Okay.
to my memory.
Okay, thank you, doctor. And so after you initially interviewed Emily, what did you do?
So after we interviewed her in the emergency room, at that point, she had also obtained a set of vitals, proving hemodynamic stability for her. With her consent, we assessed to make sure that the placenta was not ready to deliver quite yet, and that she was not actively bleeding, and made the decision to move upstairs to labor and delivery.
Doctor, did you testified earlier that you clamped and cut the cord and you had an opportunity to see Vera in those moments?
Yes,
What was her condition?
purple and limp.
And do you have a sense of her weight at birth?
She appeared a full-term baby. I was just gonna guess visually around 8 pounds.
Okay, and is that consistent with the size of a term singleton, meaning a baby that is not premature?
Yes,
Okay, and did you speak with anybody else at your hospital about this case right away?
yes, the team that was involved in the resuscitation remained involved with the case throughout the night.
And when you say the team that was involved in the resuscitation, does that include the ambulance drivers?
So the ER physicians had spoken with the ambulance drivers. I never did.
Okay, so is it the case that the ambulance team attempted some resuscitation in the ambulance after Vera was born in the ambulance, and then that was taken over by a resuscitation team at UNMC?
That is my understanding of the events, yes.
Did you witness that transition?
I believe it was an emergency medical technician who was performing the chest compressions when they arrived.
Okay, so
So that could have transitioned to an RN on arrival.
did you see them come into the building?
I saw them come down the hall.
Down the hall. And is it your memory coming down the hall that you believe that the person that was performing the resuscitation on Vera at that moment was an EMT from the ambulance?
I think so.
Okay.
That was my impression.
And do you have any idea what the efforts to resuscitate Vera by the hospital team involved?
Again, they were in another room. I would assume that was followed standard neonatal resuscitation protocol.
And what would that have involved on a baby in Vera's condition?
So they likely would have started with positive pressure, and then probably quickly moved to intubation when her heart rate did not recover.
Is there a role for epinephrine in neonatal resuscitation?
Yes, there can be.
What is that role?
Cardiac output.
It is to help improve the cardiac activity when the heart rate is below 60.
So when a neonate's heart rate is below 60, can epinephrine help the heart to start beating in a healthy way again?
Yes.
And how is that administered?
IV when available. It can be given intracardiac, but I don't believe that would have occurred in this case. A NICU team would place a umbilical line once they can and use that.
Okay. Did you speak with anybody at your hospital that night about the fact that Emily had reported giving birth at home with a midwife or attempting labor at home with a midwife?
Yes.
Who did you speak with?
Several people involved, the ER, ER physicians, my charge nurse, the neonatal nurse practitioners.
And when did you decide to call the police?
After we had delivered the placenta and repaired the episiotomy, and I believe Vera was being cooled at that point. We discussed the case together, and we were concerned that as mandatory reporters, that this was a case that needed to be brought to attention of authorities, and that I was the person most who should do that.
And when you say we, are you referring still to yourself, the ER doctor, the NICU doctor, and some nursing staff?
Correct.
So the provider team?
The provider team.
And do you recall saying on page 94 of your deposition, if you want to reference it, that you and the other doctors decided that you should call the police, you should be the one to call the police because, quote, a botched birth is in your jurisdiction?
Because
what's an NNNP?
We knew we had
yes, neonatal practitioner. Is that it?
Had suffered
neonatal nurse practitioner,
brain damage or brain injury at that point. We knew that we had a baby that had suffered brain injury, and there was concern that that may have been preventable.
What does it mean to say a botched birth is in your jurisdiction?
So because the injury was believed.
How close was that? So that would be you, Mr. Brybear? That means very, very clever. Very clever. Way more qualified than Miss Angie Hock. Just saying. All right. I think my bed. Oh. I think my bed is calling. I apologise. 7 hours for today's trial coverage is just a tad long for me, but so we've got about 2 hours left to go for testimony for today. So we'll pick up that tomorrow. That will be so AJ will be hosting tomorrow. Oh, hang on. Let me just get this off the screen. Okay. Nope. All right. So AJ will be hosting tomorrow, 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. We will pick up where we left off, and then we'll continue on to day 3, which is the final day. And then we follow on with closing arguments and verdict. So thank you all for joining us. Thank you for everyone in chat. Thank you for everyone on the replay crew. Yes, I hope you had fun. Hope you enjoyed the commentary, the kitty cam. And yeah, do go back to the start because I don't know whether or not IJ and Bryce saw it, but there was, I researched the top 10 weirdest laws in Nebraska. They're quite amusing. All right, peeps. Look after yourselves. Be good. Make good choices. Look after your children. Tell them you love them. Give them a kiss and a hug and get some rest. All right. We shall see you on the morrow. Bid you adieu.
The and Debbie here. Fill your screen with cheer. Hit like and tap subscribe. Join our happy tribe. Thanks for watching now. you high.